Hello and welcome to the Saturday session. We are live on talkSPORT. I'm Sam Ellard. I've got the former Crystal Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose alongside me on what is a Supersonic Saturday of live sport across the talkSPORT network. Kicking it off, you've just heard the British and Irish Lions win against the Wallabies in the first test, with this Dan Sheehan try completing the scoring for the visitors.
Jamison Gibson Park will take it from Furlong as he places it back to the right hand side. Hugh Jones combines with Tom Curry. Curry to Dan Sheehan! Try right at the start of the second half. Minute and 15 seconds. Dan Sheehan. 16th try in international rugby.
That made it 24-5 with the score eventually ending 27-19. The second test exclusively live on talkSPORT next Saturday. Now it's day 3, moving day at the Open at Royal Portrush. Is anybody on the charge early on, Sean O'Brien?
Has shot 4 under and Corey Connors has shot 5 under, so there are low scores out there, but remember at the top it's the world number 1 Scotty Scheffler. He leads Matt Fitzpatrick by 1. They tee off at 3:35 p.m. Rory McIlroy is 7 shots back, he's off at 2:30 p.m. and Tyrrell Hatton and Bob McIntyre are in the mix as well. The conditions could not be better, and it's live over on talkSPORT 2.
Plenty of pre-season friendlies this afternoon, including Manchester United versus Leeds United. Watching for talkSPORT is Tom Clayton.
Yeah, well, both new signings will start for Manchester United. Diego Leon, signed from Paraguay, gets the nod out on the left. Mateus Cunha is further forward. Lots of strength on the bench for Ruben Amorim, including Maguire, Mount and Menu. No Anana and Martinez today due to injury. For Leeds, starts for new signings Jakob Biol in defence and Lucas Demetria as the striker. Jack Harrison gets a Leeds return 2 years after last playing for the club, having taken in those seasons on loan at Everton. Both sides seemingly ready to make plenty of changes at half-time as expected at the Strawberry Arena just north of Stockholm. It's Manchester United v Leeds United, kick-off at 2 o'clock.
The Thomas Frank era gets underway today as Tottenham go to Reading in front of Ian Abrahams.
Press conference yesterday, a first outing for his men today. Thomas Frank, as Spurs manager, will play 2 different 11s in each half, one captained by Song and one by Romero. They play this game, then Luton, and then a tour to the Far East for Spurs.
In the world of cricket, it's England versus India, the second ODI at Lords, but Georgie Heath, the rain is spoiling the party.
Yeah, it might be England versus India, but it's cricket versus Mother Nature at the moment, and currently Mother Nature winning, although it is clearing up. I don't know if that's my eternal optimism, but it looks like the covers could be coming off. We are officially losing overs now, though. The cut-off for a 20-over-a-side game will be 4:08 p.m. this afternoon. England, they want a game to get back in this series. They lost the T20 series and they are 1-0 down in this one at the moment after the drubbing at Southampton the other day. But for now, it is covers still on, and we're waiting to hear news of when play might start.
Don't forget that tonight from 6 o'clock we're bringing you live commentary. Alexander Usyk's rematch against Daniel Dubois. There'll also be Women's European Championship quarter-final action. France and Germany at 8 on talkSPORT 2 to complete the semi-final lineup. And at 7 we're bringing you World Match Play Darts on the talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel. Well, we'll keep you updated with reports from those latter 2 events right here on talkSPORT. So there really is plenty going on a Supersonic Saturday. And this is the Saturday session, and we're live on talkSPORT. A very good afternoon, Darren Ambrose. How are you, Darren?
I'm really good. What a day of sport this is, by the way.
Yeah,
just here when you read all that out, it's like, wow.
The show's nearly over, isn't it? Nearly. No, it well and truly is a busy Saturday of live sport. I've been I was doing the early breakfast show on talkSPORT Thursday, Friday, so an early start, but that means that you finish early. So I was home at 10 o'clock in the morning on both Thursday and Friday. So I think I've watched 20 hours of golf already over the past couple of days, and I've been absolutely glued to the golf. It's been fantastic. It's been really, really tricky conditions at Royal Portrush. You've got some fantastic stories. It's been really good to see a couple of the English golfers going well. Tyrrell Hatton 5 under, Fitzpatrick 9 under, Robert McIntyre of Scotland's going okay. The only shame is that it is Scotty Scheffler that's leading at 10 under. He gets going at 335. If you take Scotty Scheffler out of it, I mean, there's 4 or 5 shots separating a dozen golfers, but it just feels like, and we'll chat with Sean O'Brien shortly, it feels like with Scotty Scheffler leading at 10 under, the world number 1, the 3-time major winner, he's going to take some stopping, because when he gets ahead, he doesn't look back.
He's unstoppable at the moment, and as you said, it's a great day, but with him leading, you've already said it looks like he will hold on. He's a good front runner, isn't he? So hopefully someone else can come back into contention and make it an exciting day of golf. Yeah, let's hope so. And it's great to see some of the English guys go well. Rory McIlroy as well. He's in with a chance. He's 3 under, so he starts 7 shots off the leaderboard. Off the top of the leaderboard, he gets going at 2:30. So golf updates throughout the afternoon. The Lions did their job. It feels almost strange that, I'm not saying it feels underwhelming that the Lions won, but it was quite unique that the British and Irish Lions went into this match and this series against Australia as favourites. So it almost kind of felt like it was job done. And they were 24-5 up at one point. So even though Australia came back into it towards the end, it almost just kind of feels like they went there, they won, they go 1 up, and it was kind of pretty much routine ready for the Lions. Yes, a professional performance from the Lions, as you said. Sometimes it's dangerous if you're the favourites going into games, because the opposition, Australia, got nothing to lose. They knew that the Lions were favourites for it, but as you said, professional performance, got the job done. Wasn't too convincing to say the least, but I think they'll win all the games, to be honest. I really do. I think so. The first warm-up game they had was against Argentina. And Argentina were ranked higher than Australia in the rankings. I almost just kind of thought from that moment on, smart play. It was smart play. And again, the boxing as well to come this evening. I love the darts as well. Winter Gardens is fantastic. Man United playing Leeds in a friendly. We'll get the full team news with Tom Clayton very, very shortly. But the big news, Darren, coming out of Manchester United is they've had a bid finally accepted for Brian Mbeumo. It's an initial £65 million, which could rise to £71 million. They had 2 previous bids rejected for £55 million, and then one just over £62 million. He had 1 year left on his deal at Brentford. Is this a good signing for Manchester United? Does this improve Manchester United? Of course, joins with Matheus Cunha. Yes, of course it improves him. I think he's a good player, and Mbeumo, I think, it's taken a long time. It has. I think I was listening to Drive, Benty and Goldstein, and Benty said it should have taken 1 phone call, really. It's Manchester United. You're getting Mbeumo off of Brentford for a lot of money, it has to be said, but I think he's had a purple patch last season, of course. 20 Premier League goals, so 65 rising to 71 with a year left. It's a lot of money, but that's the kind of figures that we talk about nowadays in football. It's crazy to just throw those figures out as if they're nothing, but that's what you get in football now. It remains to be seen whether that'll be money well spent, won't it? I know it's a cliche, but it depends how he does. I looked at it and I thought, where does he fit into the formation that Ruben Amorim wants to play? Is he going to play fullback? Is he going to play the one of those wide wing-back type roles? I'm not too sure he's that kind of player. They want him further forward, but I think he improves their wide players that they've got at the moment. Amad Diallo, I think, is one of Anthony Garnacho. Sorry, I'm waffling on. I'm trying to read my messages at the moment, but yeah, he definitely improves. Why are you doing that? I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. Sorry, we're on national radio. I've come here. I'm in shorts. I'm freezing cold. Why are you wearing shorts today? I don't know. I'm just showing off my tan. Everyone's talking about the tan. Have you been away? No, I've not been away. Yeah. But yeah, back to the question. He improves them. Of course, he improves them. I think in terms of how United line up next season, I think Mbeumo plays on the right of the 3. I think Cunha plays on the left of the 3. Yeah. And I think they love to go into the new season with a new centre forward. I don't think so.
Look, on the Ambrose deal, I think the timing of it, I can't believe, from the first bid being rejected a month ago to having this bid accepted, I find that really, really strange. They clearly wanted him. They were always going to get him, I think, for the right price. They would have known what that price is. I thought it was strange that it took a month from the first bid to go and to getting it accepted. I didn't understand that. I think in terms of the actual player, I think this is a really, really good signing. The only surprise, I'm surprised that more teams weren't sniffing around in Bremer. It was maybe only just Tottenham. I think last season, he took his game to a completely different level in terms of goals, assists, consistency. I think he's at a really good age, Premier League proven. And I think Cunha as well. And I think they're two players that have proved themselves in the Premier League as well. And I like it. Let's hear from Harry Simu, shall we? Top broadcaster on last night's Transfer Insiders show. He had this to say about Mbeumo going to Manchester United.
Let me be clear. I really like Brian Mbeumo. I think he's a good player. I think he deserved the move. I think he deserves to go to a bigger club. I think he deserves to have his time in the limelight, right? But Man United have had their pants pulled down here, right? There's no doubt about that. And if you compare it, for example, to the Victor Gyökeres deal that we're hearing so much about, you're talking about Victor Gyökeres, the top scoring striker across Europe over the course of last season, going for less than Brian Mbeumo. My problem with this, Anil, is nothing to do with the player. I think he's a good player, but there comes a point where, as a football club, you've got to be disciplined, and you've got to hit the stop button when things like this are getting out of control. Man United are in this exact position, the position that they're in today, where they're struggling, where they've fallen way behind because they have overspent on players that could not live up to the expectation. And I'm not saying Mbeumo is going to be a flop, but I don't think that this kind of price point is justified for him. And I think if I was a Man United fan, I'd be a little bit worried that my club are doing the same old thing again.
So I don't disagree with what Harry says in terms of Man United's business being bad for many, many years. That's clearly obvious. But Brian Mbeumo is 25 years of age. He got 20 goals last season, 7 assists. Brentford were never really going to sell him for much less than that. I'm not. And I know you can pick out a couple of examples of other players, but you can also pick up. I mean, it's Arsenal spent how much money on Nicolas Pepe only a few seasons ago. So there's other examples that would say that Brian Mbeumo maybe isn't as bad. I think, given his record in the Premier League, given how good his season was last year, given age, you still got, you think, entering his peak. I'm not so sure they've had their pants pulled down, mate.
I disagree with that, actually, what Harry said, and I agree with a lot what Harry says. It makes a lot of sense, but that it's harsh. It's harsh on Brian Mbeumo, to be honest. And as you said, I look at it, I think Usyk got 22, 23 goals last year, and Mbeumo's got 20. If Usyk went for 100 million, no one would bat an eyelid. Yeah, this lad's going for 60, raising to 70, and everyone's questioning it. Yes, it remains to be seen whether he can handle the pressure of Manchester United compared to Brentford. I think he can. I think he can cope. He's going in after his best season, his purple patch. He's full of confidence. He's going in there with Matheus Cunha as well, another player full of confidence as well. Players and characters that club need. Yes, their structure has been poor recently over the years, but to compare it to Gyökeres deal, I think is irrelevant, to be honest, because you're selling from Premier League club to Premier League club, and there's always added millions that gets put onto that. Gyökeres is coming from a different country, sporting to whoever it may be, Arsenal, of course, as Harry hopes. But yeah, I think that's harsh to compare that. I think Mbeumo, we'll see midway through the season next year. If he's got 10, 11 goals already by midway through, everyone's going to say that's money well spent.
Yeah, I think it's a good player, and I think you've got to pay good money now, big money now for good players. So yeah, I think it's a good signing for Manchester United. Day 3 of the Open at Royal Portrush. The leaders aren't going out, so Scotty Scheffler, who's 10 under, he goes down to 335. The Mats Fitzpatrick. So we're still a couple of hours away from the guys right at the top of the leaderboard going out and starting their third round. Sean O'Brien is at Royal Portrush for us. Sean, anybody making moves up the leaderboard early on day 3?
Corey Connors has carded a 5 under par 66, which has moved him into a tie for 10th. But we are just setting the scene here. The biggest crowds this morning have been for the superstar pairing of Shane Lowry and Jon Rahm. Lowry, of course, became the story yesterday with a controversial 2-shot penalty. They're both 1 over par. Slow day for them. I think we can safely say they won't be lifting the claret jug this week. But I just wonder how far back is too far back, because there are some low scores out there, as we just mentioned. Justin Rose and Xander Schauffele are 8 shots back. They're making their way through the first tee. Rory McIlroy is 7 back. He's off at 2:30. But as I heard you talking about earlier, the problem is the guy at the top of the leaderboard is Scotty Scheffler, and the weather's set pretty fair. That can always change. It's unpredictable up here, but it will take something very special to stop Scheffler. He leads Matt Fitzpatrick by 1 at 10 under par, and it's live over on talkSPORT 2.
And Sean, it's good to see a couple of the English players going well as well. Matt Fitzpatrick 9 under, 1 shot off the lead. Tyrrell Hatton's gone really well. He's 5 under. What chance did you give those guys of really pushing Scotty over the weekend?
I think Tyrrell Hatton's got a great chance. He was offering some great perspective in the press conference yesterday. He was asked how he unwinds, and he said a pint of Guinness is a good place to start. It's not something you'd expect to hear from a professional sports person, but he said 3 pints of Guinness is the sweet spot for him. So he's very, very relaxed, and someone who performs well on the links. I'm looking at Scotland's Bob McIntyre as well. He is a links master. He knows how to control his ball flight in these conditions. And as you mentioned, Matt Fitzpatrick, 1 shot back. It's been a disappointing season for Fitzy, but a bit of a kind of resurgence in recent months, and great to see a lot of the kind of Ryder Cup contenders for Team Europe in September doing so well, but it is really hard to see past Scotty Scheffler.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Get the UK's best used car deals guaranteed.
Manchester United and Leeds in pre-season friendly action. The game getting underway in just over 10 minutes' time. Up next, we'll talk to our reporter Tom Clayton watching the game for talkSPORT. And we've got some breaking news on the future of Marcus Rashford.
Picks it up and goes for goal. What a goal! Oh, fantastic goal! Fully 30 yards out.
Dallow's got 4 to pick out. He's found Fernandez. He can find the corner.
James gathers, and here is Gnonto with a great chance, and Gnonto has done it, and Leeds are ahead once again.
A very good afternoon. It's Saturday session. We're live on talkSPORT. Sam Ellard and the former Newcastle midfielder Darren Ambrose with you until 6 o'clock this evening on a Supersonic Saturday of live sport. Lots going on, including the British and Irish Lions winning the first Test match against Australia 27-19. Bring you more reaction and fallout to that as the day goes on. It's day 3 of the Open Championship. There's live commentary of that on talkSPORT 2. Scotty Scheffler, the world number 1, the 3-time major champion, is leading at 10 under. Mats Fitzpatrick, 1 shot behind at 9 under. They get going at 3:35 this afternoon. Rory McIlroy at 3 under. He starts his round at 2:30. Alexander Usyk, Daniel Dubois. Live commentary of that fight this evening on talkSPORT at Wembley Stadium. You can also watch that fight on DAZN. The PDC World Match Play Darts gets going this evening at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool. Live commentary of that on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel. And we've also got the final quarter-final for you of the Women's Euro 2025. It's Germany-France. That's an 8 o'clock kickoff. By the way, England versus India, the second one-day international at Lords, set to get going at 11 o'clock. Currently no play yet because of rain. Georgie Heath told us earlier 4:08 is the cut-off time for a T20 game of cricket. Hopefully we can get that in. But some breaking news to bring you. David Ornstein, top journalist, finger on pulse when it comes to transfers, has just reported that Barcelona are advancing on a deal to sign Marcus Rashford from Manchester United. It's going to be a loan plus a buy option. Man United have agreed, not done, but final stages. Darren, your initial reaction to that? Barcelona advancing on a deal to sign Marcus Rashford.
Well, I mean, that's what he wanted. That's what he's wanted for a few years now, Marcus Rashford. You know that. He's been open about that. I'm surprised. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised. I look at it and I think an on-form Marcus Rashford probably says, yep, you can go and compete in the Barcelona team. But that's the issue. When's that form? Where's that form been? Done okay at Aston Villa. Had a couple of good games. Manchester United's been terrible, really, for the last season, 2 seasons. So on form, you think, okay, yeah, he's got an opportunity. But is he going to play at Barcelona? I don't know. Look, it's not, for me, that's not really a risk for Barcelona. Loan, we don't know the full details. We're just breaking it at the moment. But loan plus buy, is it an obligation? Is it if he
option? He says buy option.
There we go. So it's no real risk for Barcelona. They sign Marcus Rashford. They hope to get the Marcus Rashford of 2, 3, 4 years ago, and if they don't, then he comes back. So, and he's wanted the deal. I'm really surprised. I'm going to be honest. I don't think he deserves it at the moment, given the form he's been in. But look, he's still a top quality player. There's a quality player in there if he wants to bring that out. But I don't think football's been at the forefront of his priorities the last few years. Apart from when I know him to Aston Villa and done reasonably well, to be honest.
talkSPORT chief football correspondent Alex Crick will join us just after 2 to try and give us a little bit more detail, a little bit more information.
That'll be interesting.
I have to say, he feels like he's failed upwards here big time, hasn't he? Because his form at Man United, we know, was so poor. I think at Villa he did well. I'm not so sure he maybe did as well at Villa as maybe some people like to maybe put forward. Because he had a really good 45 minutes, didn't he, against PSG in the Champions League, where he was brilliant and he nearly got Villa back in the game. But I'm maybe not sure he had a bigger impact as people make out. I have to say, I wish him all the best. I think, when Marcus Rashford is on it and is fighting and is working, he's got the ability to be dangerous. So, listen, who knows?
Has he got the ability, to oust Rafinha?
No,
to oust Lamine Yamal?
No, he's not. I don't think for a single second he's going in there to be a first team player. I'm sure
but he's got what he wanted.
More squad option, but hopefully a new country, a new league, a new culture might be good for him and where he's at in his life.
And it will be good for England. If you can get Marcus Rashford of old, it will be good for England.
Well, I'm sure it comes as no surprise to you that I don't think Marcus Rashford is therefore going to be lining up for Man United in the next 5 minutes because Leeds United are taking on Manchester United in a pre-season friendly at 2 o'clock today. Watching for talkSPORT is Tom Clayton, and I'm assuming, Tom, there's no sign of Mr. Marcus Rashford.
Would you believe it? I don't think he quite got on the plane at Manchester Airport.
Or maybe he did, but to go to Spain.
Well, I was going to say maybe he's gone for his medical. Who knows? No, certainly not for Marcus Rashford. Going to Barcelona, only 5 goal involvements for Aston Villa last season as well. 2 goals, 3 assists in 10 appearances. He looked better, but you have to say that going into the summer, there were options out there that maybe weren't as good as Barcelona, but you say he has got exactly what is wanted. All eyes on today then. So 2 new signings for Manchester United, both getting the starts they wanted. Diego Leon, a youngster who's signed from Paraguay, he gets the nod on the left-hand side. Matheus Cunha, one of the big names to come to Manchester United this summer, he's going to start further forward. There's plenty of strength on the bench. It's clear that these two sides are going to make 11 changes at half-time or something close to that. Of course, there's no no Andre Onana, and there's no Lisandro Martinez due to injury today. But 29 players in that Manchester United squad. I think it's safe to say we're going to see a fair few different names today. Leeds United, a bit of news for them this lunchtime as well, this afternoon. They've agreed a fee with Hoffenheim for Anton Stack, the midfielder, a giant of a man, 6'4", I believe he is. 20 million euros, a 4-year deal. Daniel Farke starting to build out this Leeds United side, hoping to avoid the dreaded up and straight back down again. For them, they're playing in a 4-2-3-1 formation today. New signings, Jakob Biel gets a start, as does Lucas Demetriou, who arrived on a free. It's a similar team to what we saw in the Championship last season. Jayden Bogle, Joe Rodon, Sam Byram make up the back four. Byram signed a new contract, as did Dan James this summer. And yeah, plenty of changes coming at half-time. Kick-off in just a couple of minutes' time at the Strawberry Arena in the north of Stockholm.
Tom, I'm sure for the next 2 hours you'll remain completely neutral and unbiased, as you should do as a talkSPORT reporter.
Absolutely.
But I'm sure a lot of our listeners will know that you are indeed a Leeds United fan. 2 seasons in a row, the 3 that have come up have gone straight back down. What chances do you give Leeds of bucking that trend next season?
Well, you look at the time of the Championship, they spent 2 seasons there. In those 2 seasons, they got 190 points, which is a pretty impressive record, if you ask me. It's a record for winning, almost a record, for winning the Championship last season on 100 points. They go into the season, I think they knew pretty early on that they needed to make a few new signings, not detracting from the side that's won the Championship last season, but I'm really encouraged by some of the signings they have made. Jakob Biel is, I think, one of the best defenders in Serie A last season. He comes in from Udinese. As I say, Anton Stack is a brilliant signing from Hoffenheim again. He's a player that's been looked at by Manchester United over the last couple of years, so it's going to be interesting to see how he fits in. Also, late last night, 9 o'clock last night, just as I was tucking myself into bed on a nice humid evening, I have to say that Sean Longstaff was announced, and I think that's another really good signing. It's very underrated. Lots of people are going to say it's only Sean Longstaff, but actually when you're building out this team, when you're looking at the way they're going to be playing this season, it looks to be a much more physical team, and I think there are definite signs of encouragement there for Leeds.
Tom Clayton, thank you very much. That game gets going in just a couple of minutes' time. Back to the Open and Royal Port Rush. Here's talkSPORT's Sean O'Brien.
Yeah, huge roar from the 13th hole, and that's because England's John Parry has just made the first hole-in-one of the Championship. What a moment that is. And that could be worth a few bob as well, because he's moved into a tie for 14th on 3 under par. But in terms of the top of the leaderboard, now is the time to head over to the first tee, as the main event is about to begin. Justin Rose tees off 8 shots back on 2 under. He's playing alongside the Swedish superstar Ludvig Åberg. They're not out of this just yet. Lee Westwood's 3 under. What story that is. He's off at 2:20 p.m. and then it's a certain Rory McIlroy at 2:30 p.m. That's all live over on talkSPORT 2.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Build your own car deal, all with a few clicks.
It's bang on 2 o'clock. Coming up next on talkSPORT on the Saturday session, talkSPORT's chief football correspondent Alex Crick will join us to react to the breaking news. Marcus Rashford is closing in on a move to Barcelona. A very good afternoon. You are listening to the Saturday session. We're on talkSPORT with me, Sam Ellard, and the former Crystal Palace midfielder, Darren Ambrose, on what is a Supersonic Saturday of live sport across the talkSPORT network. The day started with the British and Irish Lions winning against the Wallabies in the first test in Brisbane, with this Dan Sheehan try completing the scoring.
Jamison Gibson Park will take it from furlong as he places it back to the right-hand side. Hugh Jones combines with Tom Curry. Curry to Dan Sheehan! Try right at the start of the second half. Minute and 15 seconds. Dan Sheehan! 16th try in international rugby.
That made it 24-5, with the score eventually ending 27-19. Second test live on talkSPORT next Saturday. It's day 3 at the Open and the big boys are starting to go out. In front of talkSPORT, Sean O'Brien.
Yes, the chasing pack are underway. Justin Rose just set up a birdie chance at the first. He's 8 shots back on 2 under. Rory McIlroy tees off in about 20 minutes, looking for a big day. He's 7 shots back. And then at 3:35 p.m, Scotty Scheffler looks to hold them all off. He's on the property. He still leads Matt Fitzpatrick by 1, and it's live over on talkSPORT 2.
They've just got underway between Manchester United and Leeds in Sweden. How's it started, Tom Clayton?
Well, we've had actually just a minor delay to proceedings in Stockholm due to traffic. The players are just walking out onto the pitch. Manchester United in their new away kit, their slightly off-white pink affair. Leeds in their all-blue kit that was released yesterday. So no home kits in this game, you would say, but it's going to be a pretty interesting atmosphere nonetheless. Plenty of red in the crowd this afternoon. Kick-off in just about 5 minutes.
We're an hour away from Thomas Frank's first game in charge of Spurs. Watching for talkSPORT is Ian Abrahams.
To start the game, Vicario in goal. Romero is the captain, but not alongside Van der Ven, who'll play the second half of the likes of summer signing Mohamed Kudus. Johnson, Solanke and Moore lead the line in the first period against Reading.
Georgie Heath, will there be any cricket today at Lords between England and India?
Yes, the eternal optimism has paid off. The covers have come off. The ground staff are out there doing their business, and the pitch inspection is just taking place now, but it looks all positive that we are going to get play today in this second ODI.
And don't forget that tonight from 6 we're bringing you live commentary of Alexander Usyk versus Daniel Dubois. Live commentary on talkSPORT. You can watch it on DAZN. There'll also be a women's Euro quarter-final action. France take on Germany at 8 on talkSPORT 2. And from 7 we're bringing you World Match Play Darts on the talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel. Regular updates on talkSPORT. Plenty going on then, and this is the place to be. The Saturday session, and we are live on talkSPORT. Lots of live sport going on, Darren Ambrose, but as always at this time of year, lots happening in the world of transfers, and we just discussed a big development in the Marcus Rashford, his future. It felt like it gone pretty quiet, hadn't it, maybe over the last couple of weeks, but talkSPORT's Alex Crook, talkSPORT chief football correspondent, was on game day breakfast this morning, and he told the guys that he'd heard a development. He's joining us now, and Alex, looks like you were bang on the money, my friend.
Yeah, good afternoon, boys. As you say, it had gone a little bit quiet around Marcus Rashford, one of those infamous 5, as they've been nicknamed, who are clearly not wanted at Manchester United anymore. The likes of Alejandro Garnacho, Jadon Sancho, Anthony and Tyrell Malacia all training away from the first team, along with Rashford, all following individual training regimes. None of them, I think, will be on the pre-season tour of the USA next week. None, indeed, have travelled to Norway for that game that Tom Clayton is watching against Leeds. It's about to kick off. And now Marcus Rashford to Barcelona, a story we first reported actually in mid-June, that was the move that he wanted, that Barcelona were exploring a loan deal for the England international. It looks, as you say, like that one is advancing. I've got to say, Manchester United sources fairly tight-lipped about this. I first got wind last night that something was moving, but United at the moment are not commenting on or off record. It will be a loan deal, as I say, because Marcus Rashford is on such big wages at Manchester United, in excess of £350,000 a week with bonuses. And if he does get this dream move to Barcelona, it will be interesting to see what percentage of wages they're willing to pay and what sort of buy option is included in the deal. Will it be an option? Will it be an obligation? Because, of course, he went on loan to Aston Villa for the second half of last season. There was a £40 million option in that deal. I understand that's still Manchester United's valuation, but obviously Villa didn't trigger it. I wonder if they'd like a mechanism in this loan deal that means Barcelona have to buy him next summer, because otherwise you're just kicking the can down the road again, aren't you?
Quickly, we're talking about Marcus Rashford when this broke just a second ago, and you've been covering this a lot. And I said if they get the player of 3 or 4 years ago, then he could be a good acquisition for them. But that player's not been there. We've seen that. It's not been there for a long time. So what's Hansi Flick, what's Barcelona, the powers that be, what have they seen in this player, do you think, given the contract situation, the wages, how much he's earning, how is this happening?
Well, I think they see potential, as you say, because I go back to the World Cup in Qatar when Marcus Rashford was at his dazzling best. He scored a lot of goals that season. Erik ten Hag's first season in charge. He got a big new contract at Manchester United, and we've not seen that Marcus Rashford since. There was a bit of a narrative when he first went to Aston Villa that he was tearing up trees and proving Manchester United wrong. I'm not sure that lasted the test of time, really, and Villa were in no hurry to sign him permanently come the end of that loan deal. I think a change of scenery might be what's needed for Marcus Rashford, and I think he's always had a desire to go and play abroad. There was talk of Paris Saint-Germain at the end of that season when he scored 30 goals for Manchester United, and I think he's always been fascinated by the idea of pulling on that iconic Barcelona jersey. If they can get a fully motivated Marcus Rashford, it could be a good signing. The fact it's a loan deal with relatively little risk attached. I think that's what attracts Barcelona. They like the fact he's versatile. We know they're looking for a left-sided midfielder. They have been testing the water when it comes to Luis Diaz. They wanted Nico Williams, but he's staying at Bilbao. But not only can Rashford operate on that left-hand side, he can play as a number 9 as well. I'm not convinced that's his best position, but I think that versatility is something that attracts Hansi Flick.
And Alex, perhaps more than anything for Marcus, a new league, a new culture, new surroundings for him, to perhaps focus the mind. Did it just feel like, given where he was at this stage of his career and the way he's ended at Manchester United, that a move away from this country perhaps would benefit him most, just to try and get Marcus Rashford back to enjoying himself, smiling and focusing just on football?
Yeah, I agree completely with you. I'm not sure that being in and around Manchester has been beneficial for Marcus Rashford. So I think if he can go to Spain, he can get his head down, he can concentrate on football. There's big pressure that comes with playing for Barcelona, similar size pressure to that he's faced at Manchester United, because they are one of the biggest clubs in world football. But obviously he'll get the chance to play in the Champions League, which Manchester United can't offer him at this moment in time. And I think as far as he and Ruben Amorim are concerned, that relationship was completely broken down. There were pictures doing the round, a week or so ago, of Rashford arriving at United's Carrington training ground via the back door 10 minutes after Amorim had left via the front. So that's not a healthy situation for anybody.
With this potentially happening in advanced stages, Crookie, obviously it'll push the Bryan Mbeumo deal closer to the door. I know you're well ahead of that as well. I don't know if you heard Harry Symeou last night saying 65 plus add-ons is having your pants pulled down if you're Manchester United. Me and Sam both disagree with that. What's your take on that?
Yeah. Well, they've just paid £52 million Arsenal for Noni Madueke. We know that Harry is a big Arsenal fan. I think if you look at some of the fees that have been paid this summer, what Tottenham have paid for Mohamed Kudus, what Newcastle are paying for Anthony Elanga, £60 million seems the going rate, doesn't it? And if you look at the numbers from Mbeumo in terms of goals and assists last season, I think it could end up being a decent deal for Manchester United. It's on the high end of what they wanted to pay, but what they've done cleverly, I think, with Cunha and with Mbeumo, they've got two players who know how to play in the Premier League. They've got experience, they've been there, they've done it, and they can hit the ground running. Because let's be honest, United need to get off to a quick start this season. They've got a really difficult first half a dozen games. What they can't afford to happen is a sort of hangover from how badly they finished last season, because then the pressure really will build on the manager.
Yep. So of the 5 players then, Crookie, that are a surplus to requirements, looks like one on his way with Rashford going to Barcelona. Is there any update on the other 4 players? Are United confident they all won't be at the football club next season?
I think Anthony to Real Betis is a strong possibility. I think he's willing to take a pay cut, and he did well there last season, so they'd be keen to bring him back. Jadon Sancho, there was talk overnight at Nottingham Forest. That was shot down by sources at Forest this morning. I think there is interest in him from the likes of Inter Milan and Juventus in Italy, but again, he's on significant wages, so I think there's going to have to be a bit of a compromise on that one. I've heard nothing about Tyrell Malacia. He went out on loan in the second half of last season, didn't go particularly well for him. And Garnacho, I think his preference is to stay in the Premier League. Don't rule out Chelsea and Aston Villa keeping a close eye on him as well.
Alex, top man, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Cheers, boys. I'm off to watch United Leeds, actually. So, yeah.
Are you there?
Fingers crossed they get off to a winning start. No, only on television.
Oh, I can't believe you haven't flown out, Crookie. What's that about?
Up the Leeds.
I'm not that committed.
You're a good man. That's talkSPORT's chief football correspondent, Alex Crook. More regular updates throughout the day as and when anything happens. And, of course, the website, talksport.com, like what a live transfer blog will keep you across everything happening. Day 3 at the Open, Royal Portrush. Watching there for talkSPORT is Sean O'Brien. Sean, what are the conditions like so far on day 3? We know the first 2 days, they've been pretty tricky with a lot of wind and a lot of rain.
It's perfect out here right now, Sam. As you mentioned, very, very unpredictable weather over the first 2 days, but it's set fair now. That can change in an instant. It's one of the beauties of the Open Championship. Storms blow in in a moment's notice. But right now, there's so much red on the board, so many birdies out there. It's a perfect kind of weather day for chasing. And that's what the guys on the first tee are trying to do right now. Veteran Lee Westwood is about to get his third round underway. talkSPORT listeners will know him very well. He was 500 to 1 before the tournament started. He told us that sounded about right. But here he is right in the thick of it at 3 under. Defending champion Xander Schauffele's moved to 3 under. He's within 7. So is England's Matt Wallace. He's got a nice round going. But yeah, all eyes on the first tee. Rory McIlroy's 3 under. And his first job at 2:30 is to do something he hasn't done all week and hit that first fairway. He's 7 shots back for your leader, Scotty Scheffler, and you can hear the chasing pack get underway over on talkSPORT 2.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Everything for your car, all in one place.
Yeah, the final pairing, Scheffler, Fitzpatrick, 10 and 9 under respectively, get going at 3:35. Alex Crook just told us he's off to watch Manchester United versus Leeds. Another man watching Manchester United versus Leeds is Tom Clayton.
4.5 minutes on the clock here. Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0. Both seemingly quite happy to sit on possession. Only one opportunity so far, and it came the way of Leeds United. Jayden Bogle found himself in an acre of space down the right-hand side. Put the ball into the middle. It was deflected by Luke Shaw and just tapped away off the line by Altay Bayandeh, the goalkeeper for this afternoon. But as it stands so far, 5 on the clock, Leeds United haven't quite managed to get through. Man United needs to get a grip on this game, otherwise they might be in it for a long afternoon indeed. Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0.
If only they had Marcus Rashford available today, right? Maybe they might beat Leeds. More updates with Tom throughout the afternoon. Reading Spurs is at 3 o'clock. We'll chat to Ian Abraham shortly. Georgie Heath told us a short while ago she's confident we will get some play at Lords between England and India. Again, 8 o'clock this evening. More football for you on talkSPORT 2. The final European Championship quarter-final. Germany versus France at the exact same time on the talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel. Day 1 of the World Match Play Darts, the Winter Gardens in Blackpool. And on talkSPORT, it is the big fight. Usyk, Dubois. The coverage follows us at 6 o'clock. It is the Saturday session. It's nearly 2:20. Coming up next with Darren Ambrose, the Crystal Palace legend. We'll be talking all things Crystal Palace. Good afternoon. It's the Saturday session. We are live on talkSPORT. It is Sam Ellard and the Crystal Palace legend Darren Ambrose with you until 6 o'clock. Lots going on today. We've already had the Supersonic Saturday start early this morning. The British and Irish Lions beating Australia 27-19, starting with a victory. The second game is live on exclusive on talkSPORT. Same time next week. In the world of golf, the big boys are starting to go out. Scheffler, Fitzpatrick, 10 and 9 under respectively. They get going at 3:35. Not too many early movers on day 3 in terms of really kind of threatening the guys at the top. Tyrrell Hatton's going alright at 5 under. His day starts at 3:15. Rory McIlroy, he is also 3 under. He starts at 2:30. And Justin Rose at 2 under. He's just got going in his round at Royal Portrush on day 3. There is live commentary of the Open Championship on talkSPORT 2. On talkSPORT this evening, we have live commentary of Usyk Dubois live from Wembley Stadium. Fight Night Live special. There's live darts this evening for you on talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel. The Winter Gardens is the venue for the World Match Play, and on talkSPORT 2 at 8 o'clock is Germany versus France. We'll keep you across all of that on talkSPORT. But Darren, let's now talk Crystal Palace. We know they've been demoted to the Conference League, but Palace are in the process of appealing to the Court of Arbitration for Sport over UEFA's decision to demote them from the Europa League to the Conference League. I'm sure you all know by now, but if you don't, it was deemed that Palace had breached its multi-club ownership rules due to their biggest shareholder, John Textor, also owning Lyon through his company Eagle Football Holdings. The French side also qualified for the Europa League, and it has been deemed that Textor had a decisive influence at the club despite being in the process of selling his stake. Palace also missed the March 1st deadline to put their shares into a blind trust. In terms of what you've heard, we'll get to you shortly. Let's hear first, shall we, from Simon Jordan. He's, of course, been all across this situation on White and Jordan, and he's blamed the club's current chairman, Steve Parish, for the current situation.
I would suggest that everybody's changed because the dynamics have changed. This is not UEFA's fault. And people might think I've got a motivation here. I think Parish has done a remarkable job at times, irrespective of my own personal relationship with him. I think the club have been more successful under his tenure than ever under mine and under Ron's previous to him. So you have to give him all of the chops for that. This is on him. This is on Palace. This is not a rule that hasn't been around for 17 years. This isn't a rule that wasn't reinforced in 2017 with the RB case. Everyone understood the parameters of it. This isn't a rule that was dropped into an anonymous info box at Crystal Palace. This is the same rule that was dropped in alongside other rules via the Premier League, via UEFA, that Crystal Palace have responded to previously. This is on Parish and the other members of the board. And if people think I've got an agenda to say that, I don't. I don't want Palace to be in this situation. Ironically, there's a part of me that believes by being in the European Conference League, it'll be better for Palace because it might give them an opportunity to have 2 seasons in Europe because they could quite meaningfully win this competition.
Darren Ambrose, we know Palace is a club very close to your heart. Is Simon Jordan right? Is Steve Parish to blame?
Look, yes, Simon is right, of course, in terms of what he's saying. Rules are there and they were broken. I think he's wrong to blame Steve Parish, though, in my opinion. I don't think it's anything to do with his fault. For me, and look, I'm not across it as much as Simon is, and I'm not as astute as Simon is in these matters, but for me, Crystal Palace has never been part of a multi-club ownership. And when they talk about John Textor and what he done, he's had a minority share, and by his admission on the White and Jordan show, has never had any decisive say in any issues. Since 2010, I was there in 2010 when Steve Parish and the consortium took over. Steve Parish has always been the decision maker. He's had full control since 2010. So for me for them to get demoted, I think is outrageous. I think it's a disgraceful decision. The March the 1st deadline is disgraceful again. They hadn't even played Millwall on March the 1st, and that was the 5th round of the FA Cup. No one foresee them going on to win that. And I know you can't say, well, just because you didn't foresee it, you can bend or break the rules. March the 1st, I'm led to believe John Textor was actively trying to sell his share in the football club. Although, again, I repeat, I don't think he needed to because he has no decisive say in any decision with the matter. They've never loaned players to or from Lyon, never sold a player, staff, any member, any data, any tactics to or from Lyon. So there's no there's no way that UEFA can say that John Textor has any influence with Crystal Palace and Lyon and why they shouldn't be. I'm glad they're appealing. Hopefully they see sense, UEFA, because I know they've been banners waved, there've been protests from the Crystal Palace supporters, and rightly so. I think it's wrong. I don't think if this was one of the top 6 big clubs in England, in Europe, whatever it may be, this would not have happened.
Do you think Palace are being punished by UEFA when maybe more other prominent clubs, bigger clubs, wouldn't?
100%. It's little old Crystal Palace. The rules are there. Let's make an example of Crystal Palace, where other clubs I feel would have just had fines and they'd have gone through that way. I also agree and disagree with Simon saying that they're better off in the Europa Conference. Of course they're not. Everyone wants to be in the Europa
Tottenham
League.
and Manchester United were good enough last season to get to the Europa League final, then Crystal Palace are definitely good enough to get to the Europa League final.
100%. And yes, I understand that Crystal Palace will probably be favourites if they stay in the Europa Conference to go on and win it.
But that's not the point, is it? The point is Crystal Palace won the FA Cup, so therefore deserve the right to be in the Europa League.
Look, to say Lyon finished 6th and Crystal Palace finished 12th or 13th, that's why they're in it. But there's 2 less teams in Liga than there is in the Premier League, so unless it's identical, I don't see how that's any different whatsoever. That shouldn't be a decisive factor. It's not 20 leagues in Liga and 20 leagues in the Premier League and so on, same amount of games home and away. It's not the same. So to say they finished higher in the league and that's why they're there, this will not take anything away from Crystal Palace and their supporters for what they achieved in the FA Cup. If they are in the Europa Conference, they will still go and enjoy it. I tell you what, the 24th of August I think will be tasty.
Tasty, right?
By all accounts, and I think Steve Parish himself has come out and blamed Nottingham Forest and Marinakis for certain parts of this. I'm
not entirely sure that's fair, by the way.
Look, he has to do what's right for Nottingham Forest, Marinakis. Of course he does. He's the owner. I think I heard Rory Jennings and Max Scott talking about it, and Rory said maybe Nottingham Forest should pull out of the Europa League. That's not going to happen. That's a huge achievement for them as well. But I'm hoping UEFA not see sense, but they see what was going on. They see that John Tex had no decisive input whatsoever. There's no, I can't even think of the word, but there's no. With Lyon and Crystal Palace, there's nothing in it. So
no connection, no partnership, no footballing partnership.
Absolutely. So hopefully that the Court of Arbitration for Sport will reinstate Crystal Palace to their rightful position of the Europa League.
And of course, there are any further developments, talkSPORT will keep you right across that. To the Open Day 3 at Royal Portrush, Rory McIlroy is about to get going on Day 3. He starts 3 under, so he's 7 shots off the leader, Scotty Scheffler. And I guess, Sean O'Brien, if Rory is to have a good day, it'd be good if he can hit some fairways, Sean. What's been happening with him?
I don't know, he just doesn't have his best stuff off the tee, and that is usually his secret weapon. He's one of the best drivers of the golf ball that we've ever seen. So I reckon if he could just hit a few fairways, he'd be right up there with Scotty Scheffler. But like you said, he has arrived on the first tee to an incredible ovation. And of course, he's the guy who made this first hole so famous after that quad bogey 8 back in 2019. That was the main reason why he missed the cut. But he's into the weekend here after a steady couple of days. He's got the support of an entire nation behind him. And it is such a hard tee shot. We're just watching his playing partner, England's Jordan Smith, be introduced to the crowd. You've got internal out of bounds on both sides. There's 3 really punishing bunkers, really cleverly placed. And all of that basically just means that one of the tough shots that you'll play at Royal Portrush is the very first one. It's an incredible test of nerves and strategy, and it's all the things we love about links golf. So you can find out if Rory manages to hit that first fairway, because we've got live commentary over on talkSPORT too.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Get the UK's best used car deals guaranteed.
Lots and lots of pre-season friendlies taking place this Saturday afternoon, including Manchester United versus Leeds. Tom Clayton is watching that one for talkSPORT. And Tom, a first start today for Matheus Cunha for Manchester United. How's he started?
Yeah, 80 minutes on the clock. Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0. He's been a live wire, has Matheus Cunha so far. He's won his side a free kick. That was on 10 minutes, but that was ultimately headed wide by Chido Obi. You can see that they're trying to press this Leeds back line, a back four of Jacobiol, the new signing, and Joe Rodon as well, one of the best defenders in the Championship last year. Leeds had a chance of their own as well, with Wilfred Gnonto brought down on the edge of the penalty area, but a free kick that was ultimately adjudged to be offside. Both sides settling into this one, but Manchester United certainly look like the team who are the more established Premier League team at this stage. 18 on the clock. Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0.
Yeah, lots of other friendlies today, including Reading versus Spurs, a 3 o'clock kickoff. talkSPORT's Ian Abrahams is watching that one for us. Thomas Frank's first game as Spurs manager, of course. You're listening to the Saturday session on talkSPORT. Up next, we're looking at the other team involved in the Palace situation, Nottingham Forest, as they host Monaco at 3 o'clock this afternoon in a pre-season friendly.
Over the last few years, Formula One has gone from elitist and insular to a global entertainment brand. The transformation's down to American investment group Liberty Media, who cultivated a new image for the sport since buying it in 2016. Better access to drivers, improved content on social media, and tapping into the US market have given F1 a massive boost in both attention and revenues. But is everyone happy? The fans certainly are, as evidenced by Drive to Survive. Almost 7 million people
Yeah, they were all yellow. I came along, I wrote a song for you.
Good afternoon. It is the Saturday session on talkSPORT. Sam Ellard, Darren Ambrose with you until 6 o'clock. Lots going on today. Supersonic Saturday of sport. The Lions already beaten Australia in the first test. The Open Championship well and truly underway on day 3. Justin Rose with a birdie first hole. He goes to 3 under. Rory McIlroy has just got going. We got the boxing this evening on talkSPORT, and you can watch it on DAZN. Usyk versus Dubois. It's day 1 of the World Match Play Darts. Live commentary of that on talkSPORT Darts, the YouTube channel. The final European Championship quarter-final is live on talkSPORT 2 as Germany take on France, and we've got play in the cricket. England have won the toss. They will bowl first. Back to Georgie Heath shortly, but Coldplay are back at Wembley this summer, and we've got a huge VIP prize up for grabs for one lucky listener, Darren.
Yes, we certainly have. We're giving you a chance to win 6 tickets in a private box for you and your mates on August the 22nd with full hospitality. Plus, that's not it. We're chucking in 10 grand spending money, completely tax-free. Here's how to enter.
18 plus, UK excluding Northern Ireland for a chance to win. Text the word WIN to 83338 by the 4th of August at 11 p.m. and you're in the draw. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. You must have the bill payer's permission or post your name and number to Coldplay Competition, PO Box 3190, Colchester CO2 8GP to arrive by 5 p.m. on the 7th of August.
This is a talkSPORT limited promotion run on talkSPORT, Talk and Virgin Radio UK stations. Full T's and C's at talksport.com.
So lots of pre-season friendlies going on at the moment. Leeds 0, Manchester United 0. Back to Tom Clayton shortly. Reading v Spurs today at 3 o'clock. talkSPORT's Ian Abrahams is watching that one for us. But Nottingham Forest also in action at 3 o'clock, taking on Monaco. It's Forest's second pre-season game after they drew 0-0 at Colchester last weekend. And as always, Darren, with Nottingham Forest, there's lots going on, isn't there? We just spoke about the situation with your club, your beloved club, Crystal Palace, Nottingham Forest, with the Europa League, Conference League. There's the Morgan Gibbs-White situation, this release clause that Spurs thought they activated, and then Marinakis wasn't happy about that. Of course, they've been busy in the transfer window as well. There have been some reports linking Jadon Sancho, but talkSPORT understands those reports are wide of the mark. I think we need an expert to come in, don't we, to try and dot the I's, cross the T's for us. Sarah Clapson, the Nottingham Post, Nottingham Forest correspondent, must be one of the busiest journalists around. How are you, Sarah?
Hello, I'm okay. I'm good, thank you.
Good.
It's definitely been busy.
No, you're working overtime pretty much all the time, aren't you, right?
Yeah, it's been, without anything really happening, it's been non-stop.
Oh, there we go. Good stuff. So, Forest Monaco today, 3 o'clock kickoff. Is Morgan Gibbs-White playing?
He's more than playing, he's starting.
Wow, there we go.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of a surprise, I think, to a lot of people. But he's out there getting ready now. He's warming up. By all accounts, his attitude has been good this week. So we'll see how he fares when he actually plays.
I mean, it's a surprise, actually. Yeah, I didn't think he would be playing. I think maybe not because he's leaving, maybe mentally he might not have been ready. But I think he's handled the situation really well, to be honest. If I'm honest, Sarah, I think he has shown a good attitude throughout. He's never, by all accounts, never even left Nottingham to go down to Spurs to have his so-called medical. Look, these are just rumours, but if we look at Nottingham Forest, with a club obviously set to be in the Europa League at the moment, given what's happening with Crystal Palace, I think their transfer business has been okay so far. They've obviously lost some big players and brought in a couple. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's a difficult one, really, because they've only brought in 2 players so far. To compete in Europe, whichever competition, they need a bigger squad. So they've got a lot of work still to do. I think, for me, at the minute, the squad is still quite light. They need to be. They need to have a busy few weeks. They've obviously lost Anthony Elanga, which is a bit of a blow. The situation around Morgan Gibbs-White as well. Ideally, you don't want to lose 2 big players like that because they're massive holes to fill. I think a lot really rests on what happens with Morgan. If he stays, that's a huge plus. He's obviously a massive player for Forest. He's such an important player and a big part of the squad. To lose him then leaves you with another gap to fill. So the sooner that situation is sorted one way or another, I think that helps everybody, really.
Yeah.
Forest still have a lot of work to do, though, for me. I think they still need quite a few players in to give them strength in depth. That was one of the things really that let them down a little bit towards the end of last season. They stuttered a bit towards the end because they didn't have the options. They're going to be competing on another front this season in Europe, so they do need more players.
Sarah, just on the latest of Morgan Gibbs-White's situation, this is quite a unique story, isn't it? Because there was a release clause in his contract which we thought was activated. Forest aren't happy. Forest are complaining. Can you just, for those perhaps on completely up to speed with the situation, what are Forest so unhappy about, and how do you think this situation is going to end?
I wish I knew how this situation was going to end. It's a really difficult one to predict. Yeah, Forest are unhappy because they consider it an illegal approach. Obviously, Morgan had this confidential release clause in his contract. Spurs found out about it seemingly one way or another.
Do you know what that means, though, Sarah? A confidential release clause. What does that mean?
That nobody knows about it other than, presumably...
What's the point in having it, though, if nobody knows about it? I don't understand.
Well, I guess... I think it's a really difficult one. Obviously, if Spurs... I don't know the ins and outs specifically, but I assume if Spurs had come to Forest and said, we're interested in Morgan, and kind of discussed it that way.
Sure.
But it sounds like that's not how it's been done. And they kind of... Forest are unhappy with how Spurs have gone about it, I think, is the crux of the whole matter. How it gets resolved, I think, is really difficult to predict. Obviously, at the moment, Morgan Gibbs-White is still a Forest player, hence why he's playing today, starting today. By all accounts, he wants the situation sorted quite quickly because Forest are going away on preseason tour to Portugal. I think at the minute, he's still at Forest. There just seems to be so many twists and turns. It's only been going on for about a week or so, and already there have been so many ups and downs and different reports, different rumours. How it gets resolved, I think it's impossible to say at the moment.
I mean, Forest seem to be making enemies left, right and centre at the moment, Sarah. Of course, we've just discussed my former club, Crystal Palace, and the demotion to the Europa Conference, which has allowed Nottingham Forest to go to the Europa League. What's your take on that? I've seen a lot on social media. I know that's not a gauge for every fan, but a lot of them, it's 50-50 really in terms of Forest. Some fans are a bit embarrassed with the way this has gone, and some are saying, well, no, you've broken the rules, now we're going to benefit from this. What's your general take on that?
Yeah, I think whether you agree with the rules or not, I don't particularly, but the rules are there. If you don't stick to them or you don't abide by them, then you can end up in the situation that Palace are in. Forest have obviously fell foul of PSR rules before. They got their punishment. They were docked 4 points. I know it's a different comparison. It's a different situation. But if you don't stick by the rules, you can end up in that kind of situation. So I completely get both sides of it.
Yeah.
Forest are sticking up for themselves. Being in the Europa League is a big difference in terms of finance, in terms of hopefully players you can attract, in terms of the glamour, I suppose, of the competition. Completely different to the Conference League. So I can completely get why Forest are sticking up for themselves and why they are fighting their corner. And I think they have every right to do that because they stuck to Evangelos Marinakis, the owner, put his shares in a blind trust to stick to the rules in case they ended up in the Champions League, the same as Olympiacos, who Mr. Marinakis also owns. So they stuck to the rules in that sense, and I can see why they are holding their own, really. I think that Forest want to feel like they want to mix it with the big boys, and they want to hold their own in that sense in the Premier League, and I can completely get why they're doing that.
Sarah Clapston, thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the game, and hopefully things quiet down a little bit for you. Yeah.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the game. We should get her doing an update, shouldn't we, throughout the afternoon? She's there on talkSPORT. There we go. Should I text in? No name. Guys, it was an undisclosed release fee. So if a club offer 75 mil, they'd have to accept it. The point is the club aren't supposed to know the number, and the agent told Spurs.
Nonsense.
So I've never heard such nonsense. I'm not sure what that is. Yeah.
Not the text, but to have a confidential release clause. You said What's the point of having
Well,
one?
I'm still not. I don't think Sarah was really sure. It's a release clause is in the contract, but confidential, so no one can know about it. Well, then no one's going to activate it.
And Marinaki's putting his share in a blind trust. Didn't he then go on the pitch at the stadium and confront Nuno Espirito Santo after that deadline? So he clearly had some say in the club.
To golf, Royal Portrush. Sean O'Brien, Rory McIlroy has started with a bang with an incredible putt to get to 4 under.
Yes, what a start for Rory McIlroy. Holds a 30-footer for birdie at the first, and he's now just 6 shots back at 4 under. He finally found that first fairway, gave himself a big right-to-left swinger for an unlikely birdie, and the roar when he drained it was just deafening. A little fist pump from Rory as well. He knows the only way he hunts down Scotty Scheffler on 10 under is birdies and eagles. The handbrake is off, and he's in the first cut of rough with a huge drive at the par 5 second as well. This is a scoring chance. So perfect start for Rory McIlroy. Scotty Scheffler would have heard that one from the practice range. He still leads by 1 at 10 under. He tees off at 3:35 p.m. But Rory's already on the charge, and it's live over on talkSPORT 2.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Build your own car deal, all with a few clicks.
Lots of pre-season friendlies going on this afternoon, including Manchester United versus Leeds. Tom Clayton, we must be approaching half-time.
35 minutes on the clock.
No.
Manchester
How
United...
bad was that traffic then?
It must have been very bad indeed. Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0. The traffic is very even either way, you have to say, on the pitch. Manchester United had a strong spell where they had a couple of opportunities for Chido Obi, who's playing down the centre of the attack today, and Leeds United just had an opportunity as well, but the pass was just a little too heavy and falls into the grasp of Altay Bayındır. Whoever told these two that it's a pre-season friendly evidently didn't do a good enough job. It's very physical, it's quite fast. Manchester United, as we speak, coming out onto the right-hand side, played into the middle, across the back, and then back behind for a corner. But as it stands on 35 minutes, it's actually quite an entertaining game for a pre-season game, this one. Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0.
There we go. Thank you very much, Tom Clayton. In the cricket, by the way, England versus India, 3 o'clock start. England winning the toss and bowling first. They're 1-0 down in that ODI series with 2 matches to play. This is the Saturday session. We're live on talkSPORT. Up next, we're heading to Reading because Spurs are in action against Reading today in Thomas Frank's first game. talkSPORT's Ian Abraham is there for us. He was also at Thomas Frank's first press conference yesterday. We'll chat to Moose after the break.
pushed out by the keeper and slotted in by Dominic Solanke.
Low ball into the box. Kudus shoots this time. He's not going to miss. It's into the top corner.
Kudus motoring forward. Still he goes. That is as good a goal as you can wish to see.
Good afternoon, you're listening to talkSPORT, the Saturday session with Sam Ellard and the former Crystal Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose on a Supersonic Saturday of sport. It started with the Lions beating the Wallabies 27-19. There's Open Championship golf commentary right now on talkSPORT 2. Rory McIlroy's day started with a birdie. He goes to 4 under. Usyk Dubois is live on talkSPORT this evening on the talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel. Day 1 of the World Match Play at the Winter Gardens, while on talkSPORT 2, the final quarter-final of the Women's European Championships. 8 o'clock start for Germany versus France. We're underway in 8 minutes time at Lords for the cricket. Second ODI, England versus India. England winning the toss and bowling first. Lots of pre-season friendlies going on, including Leeds, Man Utd. That is goalless. One starting at 3 o'clock though is Reading versus Tottenham. It's Thomas Frank's first game as the Tottenham manager, and there for talkSPORT is Ian Abrahams.
And Spurs line up with Kinski, who starts off in goal. The Doggy Danso, Romero and Porro across the back. Saar, Bentancur, Devine, Johnson, Moore and Solanke. Amongst those on the bench, Mohamed Kudus, who joined, of course, from West Ham over the summer. It is the first game in charge for Thomas Frank. He'll play a different 11 in the second half. That will be captained by Heung-min Son. But it will be interesting to see whether it's all aggression, bravery and forward attacking, which is what he promised yesterday.
Moose, stay with us because you're a busy man. You were at Thomas Frank's first press conference yesterday as the Tottenham manager, and he joked he wants more jeopardy in his life.
I like to challenge myself. I've been that privileged. I've never been sacked before, so that's one of the reasons why I took the job. So I could get a little bit more risk into my daily life. I'm, coming to a big club, there's pressures, there's we need to perform because it is we, it's me, it's the staff, it's the players, it's everyone, and we need to do that together. So I like the ambitions, and I'm everything I do, every decision I made so far, everything is for the long term.
Moose, you would have been in many Ange Postecoglou press conferences. I'm sure you've been mated on a few occasions, as we all have. But how do you think Thomas Frank spoke yesterday? What were the standout moments for you?
I thought he spoke well, actually. I mean, there were some of my colleagues that thought he sounded nervous. I didn't. I thought he handled the press really well. Don't forget, that was his biggest ever press conference as a manager at Brentford. Probably on a weekly basis, he would get, I don't know, a maximum of 10 people in front of him to ask him questions. Yesterday were probably about 3 times that many. And they were all looking for the key answers. Why did you move from Brentford, where you had job security, to Spurs? He did joke there that he'd never been sacked. Well, he told me in one answer he gave me, the one thing he can guarantee is that he will lose football matches. I could pretty much guarantee him the one thing that I will get back to him is at some stage at Spurs he will get sacked. Antonio Conte before him got sacked, Jose Mourinho before him got sacked, Nuno Espirito Santo, Ange Postecoglou. That's just in the time he's been at Brentford. You want to go back through Spurs history, they've had managers like you could never believe. So, he's got a job to do. He says that he's in there for the long haul. I hope he is from his point of view. He's a great guy. He speaks really well. I think he's an excellent coach as well. And if the Spurs players can take on board what he wants, I think there's a brighter future ahead for them than they had under Ange Postecoglou.
Moose, it seems Spurs have pulled off a real coup with the Gibbs-White signing. Obviously, that's not happening at the moment. And if it doesn't happen, do you think it's going to damage their campaign? And because I think with Gibbs-White, he could fit into any team in the Premier League. So if they don't get this over the line, do you think they'll come to regret this?
I think Spurs midfield is okay as it is. Yeah, obviously Gibbs-White takes it to a whole another level. And don't forget, amongst the players missing today are James Maddison, who's training on his own at the moment to get fit. He's close-ish to fitness. Dejan Kulusevski is a long way off, we were told yesterday. So I'm not quite sure how he's going to be, or how long it's going to be till he gets back into the Spurs reckoning. Yeah, I mean, you would obviously want Morgan Gibbs-White. Is it that that detrimental and that terminal to Spurs' effects? Probably not, because don't forget they've got Lucas Bergvall, who's 1 year on now. You've got Archie Gray, who's 1 year on now, and actually hasn't even played in his best position for Spurs. So I think Spurs have got players in the building that can cope, but obviously you want better players, and they have a Champions League campaign. So if possible, they will want Morgan Gibbs-White, obviously.
And Moose, what about Reading today? Missing out on the playoffs last season. What's the vibe around the football club as they go in to their third season in League One?
Vibe here is good. I mean, it's sold out here today, the game, which is interesting. I think this goes two ways. It either goes that they build on last season under Noel Hunt, and they give it another go in terms of trying to reach the playoffs again, or it's the other way around, which is last season was such adversity, and if you looked at any sort of calendar month from last year you wish, generally they started the month well and it ended the month badly. Now, it's been put to me by someone that's because the players never knew whether they were going to get paid or not. Well, they now know they're going to get paid. There's new owners here who've got new money to put into it and new backing, and there is a whole new feel about the place. But does that security, and Darren Ambrose, you can probably answer this better than I, does that security take away just some of that little bit of edge the players had last year, the world's against us will show them, or does it give them the confidence to go out and go, right, now we can really push on because we know everything's cushy behind us?
Yeah, look, it could work both ways, that, to be honest, Moose. I think last year, as you said, world's against us, let's go out, prove everyone wrong, and they've done that. Now they have that security behind them. They can relax, they can enjoy their football now, and it could be a positive thing for Reading. I hope so. My former teammate Noel Hunt, I hope they can do things this season, and with that security behind them, I'm sure the players really feel that. I really do.
I hope so.
Go on,
I hope so. No, I hope so. The only thing I would say is they've signed some players, Sam and Darren, but they're not socks off signings yet. Yeah. So if they're really gonna go for it, but they have kept two important players, Charlie Savage and Lewis Wing.
Yeah. Moose, thank you. Back with you throughout the course of the afternoon, but we have to go back to the Open. It's day 3. It's Royal Portrush. Rory McIlroy, of course, completing the Grand Slam earlier this year. He started 3 under, 7 shots off the lead, Scotty Scheffler. Sean, there was a birdie on the first, a birdie on the second as well for Rory. He's on the charge.
Yes, back-to-back birdies for Rory McIlroy. He actually had a putt for eagle on 2 and left it inches short. So he moves to within 5 with a fast start. And it is easy to get swept up in Rory's round. It feels like the only thing happening here at Royal Portrush. He is just this all-consuming thing here. But it's not just Rory in the chasing pack. Ludwig Oberg has moved to 4 under with a bright start. So is world number 5, Russell Henley. And at 5 under, alongside Rory, England's Tyrrell Hatton and Scotland's Bob McIntyre are making their way over to the first tee. Denmark's Rasmus Højgaard is at 5 under as well. So it's a bunched up leaderboard with some big names in the mix. Less than an hour, of course, until your leader, Scotty Scheffler, tees off with Matt Fitzpatrick just 1 back. So Scheffler still leads at 10 under, but Rory's on the move. And it's live over on talkSPORT 2.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Everything for your car, all in one place.
Tell you what, could we be in for a ridiculous weekend? Imagine Rory completing the Grand Slam earlier this year. His form then dipped. He found it last week at the Scottish Open in Northern Ireland. Royal Portrush.
Be amazing.
He goes again and wins another major. They just showed his walk to the third tee.
He's confident.
He's walking like a man who knows he's got business to do today. He's got that strut about him today,
You said
Rory.
it, though. Scotty Scheffler at top. Even if he surpasses his 10 under at the moment.
Scotty even rocked up complaining and moaning about being a golfer. Why'd you even bother turning up, Scotty, if you don't like it?
Why?
Rory's gone birdie. He's 5 under. Scotty Scheffler starts at 3:35. That's in 35 minutes time. Rory could be 10 under as well. Come 3:35. Who knows? I think we finally, Tom Clayton, after the longest first half of all time, have half time between Man United and Leeds.
We have indeed. It's Manchester United 0, Leeds 0. It was very nearly 1-0 to Manchester United on the stroke of the break. Diego Leon very, very narrowly wide at the near post after Casemiro put in an effort that came off the crossbar. But ultimately, it's been a half it's not been the fastest of games, games, but it has been physical between these two great rivals. And you would say that on the balance, Manchester United are just ahead in this. They tried to play along the ground, didn't quite work. They did then try and switch it to a long, searching ball with Matheus Cunha and Chido Obi making a couple of nice long runs, but ultimately nothing is played off for them. For Leeds, they look pretty solid, pretty comfortable. Jayden Bogle's getting really far up on the right-hand side. He's found himself in the striker position on a couple of occasions, meaning the back three has been a little bit caught out, but he's managed to get back into position, defend fairly strongly. You would say at the break that Manchester United, they have the advantage, but it's all to play for. Of course, we'll see plenty of changes at half-time. Where in Stockholm, it is Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0.
On the Supersonic Saturday of Sport, one result, the British and Irish Lions starting the tour to Australia with a victory. More reaction coming live next, and we're going to hear from the head coach, Andy Farrell.
More green jackets have been lost at the 12th than at the Augusta City Dry Cleaners. Rory McIlroy knows this better than most. But what is Amen Corner and why is it so iconic? The famous sequence has always been there since the Masters began in 1934. It didn't get its name until '58 though, when American sports writer Herbert Warren Wind, on the left, wrote, "At the farthest reach of the Augusta National Course, down in the Amen Corner." He drew inspiration from the 1933 jazz song Shouting in That Amen Corner by the Dorsey Brothers. The reason behind its difficulty is all in the sand and the water. Tournament officials don't even bother to count the balls lost in there each year, such is the sheer number. The 11th, named White Dogwood, is a downhill 520-yard par 4 with a pond to the left of the green and a bunker to the right. Both cause a lot of trouble each year. The 12th, Golden Bell, is perhaps the most famous hole in the world, with danger everywhere. Many aim for the flag, but look, get it even slightly wrong, and you're in the azaleas at the back, or the bunkers at the front, or even worse, Rays Creek. Or you can play it safe and aim for the open green on the left. You chicken. Tiger Woods once said, if you make 4 bogeys from Thursday to Sunday, you're doing well. And the highest ever score on that hole? 13. It's a par 3. Tom Weiskopf in 1980 was the sorry soul. Often, the iconic Ben Hogan Bridge is the only thing players enjoy about Golden Bell. Even if you escape there unscathed, though, you met with Azalea, the dogleg par 5 13th. It tempts players to go for the green in two, but cut over those trees on
A very good afternoon. You are listening to the Saturday session on talkSPORT with me, Sam Ellard, and the former Crystal Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose, on what is a Supersonic Saturday of live sport across the talkSPORT network. Earlier, the British and Irish Lions won 27-19 against the Wallabies in the first test. talkSPORT commentator Andrew McKenna joins us next. Rupert Bell now joins us for the next couple of hours from the Open, and Rupert, Rory McIlroy is on the charge.
Absolutely perfect. 2 birdies in the first 2 holes. He's got a swagger about him as he approaches the third, and he is at 5 under par. But it's going to be all about Scotty Scheffler, the world number 1. Brilliant yesterday. He tees it up alongside Britain's Matt Fitzpatrick with a 1-stroke lead, and the chasing pack will be hoping that Scheffler has an off day. Others on the move include Russell Henley, who has just had an eagle at the 12th to get to 6 under par.
It's half-time in Stockholm between Manchester United and Leeds in front of talkSPORT's Tom Clayton.
Where it's Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0. It's been a feisty game in Stockholm where Man United have just about had the better of things. Chances for Chido Obi and new signing Mateus Cunha, and then Diego Leon just wide before half-time. Leeds look solid, especially midfield, but have been caught out of possession on occasion. A chance with Jayden Bogle on 3 minutes remains their best so far. It's very physical out in Sweden, proving that when Man United play Leeds, there's no such thing as a friendly. Plenty of changes at half-time expected. At the break, Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0.
And they just got underway between Reading and Spurs. First game as manager for Thomas Frank. How's it started, Ian Abrahams?
7 minutes gone. Reading 0, Spurs 0. All Spurs, though, in the opening 7 minutes. Reading have barely been inside the Tottenham half. 2 or 3 corners have been won by Tottenham, but they haven't yet, as such, tested the Reading goalkeeper, Joel Pereira. Remember, Kudus off the bench in the second half for his Spurs debut. At the moment, though, 7 gone. Reading 0, Tottenham 0.
And after lots and lots of rain at Lords, we finally have some cricket. We're underway. Second ODI, England and India. Georgie Heath.
Yes, we are underway. We've got a shortened match here, 29 overs aside. England won the toss and decided they would have a bowl first, and it has paid off. They've just taken their first wicket, removing Pratika Rawal in just the second over. So India find themselves 6 for 1 after 1.2 overs. So England vindicating that decision to have a bowl first.
Don't forget that tonight from 6, live commentary of Usyk versus Dubois. That's on talkSPORT. On talkSPORT 2 at 8, the final European Championship quarter-final, France versus Germany. At 7, there's darts. The World Match Play gets going at the Winter Gardens on talkSPORT's YouTube channel. And it really is the place to be. The Saturday session on talkSPORT. Well, earlier on we spoke, didn't we, to our chief football correspondent Alex Crook about Marcus Rashford's move to Barcelona. Crookie has been well and truly across that one, and it now has got the here we go treatment from Fabrizio Romano just to rubber stamp it. It's going to be a loan deal with an option to buy. So more reaction with Darren Ambrose very, very shortly. But now let's talk all things rugby, because the British and Irish Lions beat the Wallabies 27-19 in the opening test in Brisbane. Dominant for 50 minutes, the Lions at one point threatened to deliver a significant victory. They were 17-5 up at the break. It then went to 24-5. The Lions lost their way, though. The Wallabies coming back into it, but Marcus Smith eased whatever nerves the Lions might have been feeling when he popped over a penalty. It finished 27-19 then to the British and Irish Lions. I'm delighted to say that joining us very late over in Australia is talkSPORT's chief rugby commentator Andrew McKenna. Macca, thank you so much for your time. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was all right, Sammy, wasn't it? Yeah, decent stuff from a Lions point of view. They got themselves into a really good position in the first half. Defence was absolutely magnificent, and they just built on that. As you say, it kind of tapered off a little bit in the second half, but they had so much in the bank, it really wasn't a problem.
Watching it, Macca, and you obviously know so much more rugby than I do, but when I looked at the end of the game and the celebrations, it didn't feel like there were big celebrations at full time. Did it almost feel like because they were favourites, it was almost just job done, on to next Saturday?
I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's only, if you like, the first leg done. They need to win at least one more game. They've talked about trying to win all 3 if they can. So, yeah, it's great to win, but if they lose the next 2, who's going to remember that they won in Brisbane? So I think there was also an element that they were disappointed with the second half. They've got such high standards, this lot, that anything less than perfect, and that they get very down on themselves for some reason. But I think they should enjoy this evening. They should enjoy a very good opening test match of the tour. They've now got to go to Melbourne, play this game on Tuesday against the First Nations and Pacific. That will basically give all the guys who didn't play this evening a chance to get some game time and potentially put in a call, if you like, to Andy Farrell to say, I'm still here, I can do you a job. But I'll be honest with you, that old adage of don't change your winning team is going to be pretty hard to argue against that.
I mean, you've already mentioned the second half, Macca. Obviously leading 24-5 early in that second half. They were looking to obviously threaten to record one of the biggest victories in their history, but they did fall away, didn't they, in the last half an hour? Why do you think that was?
I think they potentially burnt themselves out a little bit. They put so much into the first half. I think there was a bit of a drop. So I think there's maybe an element about they'll look at the timing of the substitutions. That might be something that they look into. But I think it's very hard to play at the level of the intensity that they did in the first for a whole 80 minutes. So I think that's potentially part of it. Do you know what? I never felt that worried about the Australians. And maybe they just sort of said, we can throttle back a bit here, boys. We can almost go into cruise control because we've got it in hand. Yeah, there was a couple of late scares, but do you know what? The Lions actually had a couple of tries themselves that they left out there. Hugh Jones in the first half had that ruled out. So, yeah, do you know what? I think it was potentially a case of we don't need to burn ourselves out in the first test because we've got more to come.
So Macca was on commentary duty for talkSPORT. Alfie Reynolds was our man on the on pitch side, doing bits into the game. And after the game, he spoke with the Lions head coach, Andy Farrell.
Andy, you've been building up to this moment for a long time. How satisfying is it to go 1-0 up in the series?
Oh, very. These football teams would have been desperate for today to get off to a winning start is huge. Obviously, that puts the pressure on for next week, and it keeps us in the tour certainly up until the last game. That's guaranteed. So, absolutely delighted. Big occasion, big game. We know what coming to Suncorp means to Australia, so they would have been targeting this, so delighted to come away with a victory.
Your team selection suggested that power was going to be pretty important. Do you think you've got a physical edge over the Wallabies?
I thought we started the game pretty well, certainly physically. And I think that gave us a bit of momentum into how we played that first half. On the back of that, I thought our game control was pretty good. I've no doubt in the second half that Australia would have been pretty pleased with our physicality as well. So, you know what it's like. Each game's different, and the second game will take care of itself.
How much encouragement do you take from this performance, particularly that first half, and how dominant your side was?
Yeah, we do. But at the same time, we know what's coming, and we know what happened in the second half and how much more there is in us. So we roll on to the second game, knowing full well what happened in 2013 when an Australian team becomes desperate. That is difficult to handle. So we expect a different game next week. But having said that, we expect more of ourselves as well.
That's Lions head coach Andy Farrell speaking to our reporter Alfie Reynolds. Macca, I'll be honest with you, I wanted you on for the whole hour, but I'm hearing rumours that you're being kicked out of the Suncorp Stadium in Brisbane. What on earth is going on, Macca? Are we going to see you, for those watching live on YouTube, some security guard wrestle you to the ground and you might not make next Saturday's commentary?
It may not come to that, but it is midnight, Sam. The security guard wants to get home and have his tea.
Can I just say, Macca, it goes without saying, not that you need my approval, but your commentary was fantastic. My favourite bit, though, is when you told all of our listeners that you went to the supermarket earlier today, and I loved how surprised you were that you found mince pies in the supermarket in mid-July.
Absolutely, they're $4.50 a box. They were. I very nearly bought a box because I could not understand why they were selling mince pies in July.
Macca, you're a good man. The next game is Tuesday, but the next game against Australia, the second test is next Saturday, live on talkSPORT exclusively, and hopefully we'll chat to you then, mate.
Have a good one, Sammy.
That's Andrew McKenna about to be... Oh, yeah, he's actually been wrestled to the ground there in Brisbane, honestly. One man hopefully not being wrestled out of Royal Portrush is talkSPORT's Rupert Bell.
Well, I'll ask that question about 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. But anyway, we'll worry about what's happening on the golf course, because in 15 minutes or so, Scotty Scheffler, the world number one, will make his way to the first tee here in front of huge galleries. He sits at 10 under. He was quite magnificent with the round of the week yesterday. A 7 under par 64 that catapulted him to the top of the leaderboard. Matt Fitzpatrick won back at 9 under par. He too was in excellent form in reasonably difficult conditions. It's a very easy day, probably the best day weather-wise all week. That's why we're seeing a stack full of birdies, most notably from Rory McIlroy, getting birdies at 1 and 2. Had a birdie, a bogey, not a par, I get there in the end, at the third hole. He's now playing the fourth and has just hit a decent tee shot down there. He's made a move. Other players who have made a significant move is Russell Henley, starting at level par. He's got it to 6 under through 12 holes, an eagle at the 12th. Wyndham Clark's also had a good day to get to 5 under par. Bob McIntyre, Tyrrell Hatton, they're just beginning their rounds and they'll be hoping to close the gap. Good news for Justin Rose, because he's just got to 5 under par starting at 2 under, so he's 3 under for his round. He seemed to be suffering from an injury yesterday, but great to see him moving up the leaderboard. But a chasing pack will all be hoping that the world number one has an off day, and he has so few of those currently. But he will be starting, as I say, in about 20 minutes' time at 10 under par.
Date on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Get the UK's best used car deals guaranteed.
Yeah, he's just shaping up beautifully at the Open. But yeah, so much, as Rupert says, is going to be on the form today of Scotty Scheffler. Second half underway, Manchester United Leeds, pre-season friendly action. Tom Clayton?
Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0, 47 minutes on the clock. It looks like two pretty much entirely new teams from Manchester United and Leeds. We've got a new back three of Lenny Yoro, Harry Maguire and Diogo Dalot. Much more like Premier League trim for Manchester United. For Leeds, a couple of new signings being brought into the fold. Sebastian Bornau, Gabriel Gudmundsson, the Swedish international, playing here in Stockholm, as well as Sean Longstaff, who was confirmed for the club last night at 9 o'clock. I hope his flight was all right. Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0.
Reading versus Tottenham today. Watching that one is talkSPORT's Ian Abraham's Moose. We had Ange Ball for 2 seasons. Only 18 minutes in. Have we seen any Thomas Frank ball yet?
Not yet, but Spurs are playing nicely and they are attacking at pace when they get the opportunity. Just had a really good chance actually, and Doggy down the left hand side, cut back onto his right foot, sent a ball into the middle. Dominic Solanke on the stretch, just put it onto the roof of the net. Before that, best chance probably for Reading, Jeriel Dorset, after a bout of head tennis in the penalty area, about 6 yards out. The goalkeeper seemed to be nowhere, and it needed Pedro Porro to sort of just at the far post make sure the ball got away from the Spurs goal. It's been a good watch so far, the opening 18 minutes, but it is Reading 0, Spurs 0.
England women v India women at Lords in the second ODI. England 1 down in the series with 2 to go, but Georgie Heath, England with the ball in hand, have an early wicket.
Yeah, glorious sunshine overhead as well, and things are looking bright for England, picking up an early wicket in just the second over. Rawal dismissed for just 3. India currently 13 for 1 after just over 4 overs. So England looking good in the sunshine here at Lords.
Thank you, Georgie. Myself and Darren Ambrose were all very much on Rory watch. Was that second shot onto the green?
That was his second.
So he's got a really good chance now for a birdie to get to 6 under.
He's strutting and stuff now.
The walk from Rory McIlroy. That is. We'll let you know what happens there, but he's he'll have a pretty good opportunity for a birdie putt. English as well with a birdie putt on 5 under to get to 6 under. There are so many players within 3 or 4 shots of Scotty Scheffler, who gets going at 3:35. Regular updates throughout the day, and on the Open Championship there is live commentary on talkSPORT 2. Coming up next though, we'll be hearing from inside the Lionesses camp ahead of their semi-final against Italy, which is on Tuesday. Saturday session. We're live on talkSPORT. Rory McIlroy started his round around half an hour ago at 3 under. He's gone birdie, par, and he's just gone another birdie. He's hit 3 birdies in his first 4 holes, an 8-foot putt on the par 4. Rory McIlroy gets to 6 under. He's now just 4 shots off the leader, Scotty Scheffler. Absolutely remarkable, Darren Ambrose.
He is looking confident as well. His strut, you know when you just know you're on form, and he certainly is. 3 and 4, we're seeing him now.
But also, how calm is he?
So calm.
Like that's something that I find amazing about. Even like during the Masters, when he won the Masters and all the pressure was on him, he just he's got a little bit of confidence, fist pumping the fans, but he looks like a man. You've just got in control of it all.
They've all got to put pressure on Scotty Scheffler, and hopefully he has a bad day.
He's doing just that, isn't he?
He certainly is.
But he couldn't have done really much more. Could have
and Henley as well. So 6 under on the day.
Russell Henley absolutely bang on the money. Darren Ambrose. He's 6 under for the tournament, and he's 6 under for the day. He's only played 12 holes as well, so 6 under through 12. He's still got 6 more to go, so he'll be hoping to put a bit more pressure on Scotty Scheffler. Scotty Scheffler gets going at 3:35 with Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick is on 9 under. Justin Rose, by the way, as well. Justin Rose is another one. He started 2 under for the tournament. He's now 5 under. He's picked up 3 birdies in the first 6 holes.
Yeah.
He's also putting a bit of pressure on.
Fair play. Like we said, Scotty Scheffler's a good front runner. He's a good leader. If he's on form and confident, he should go on to win this. But the course is playing really well. You can already tell that. 6 under, some big scores today, and Rory McIlroy is on fire at the moment.
5 shots are separating. Even 6 shots, Darren, are separating around 21 golfers. Scheffler's 3:35, so in about 10 minutes' time, we'll cross the Rupert Bell shortly. But again, about 20 golfers being separated by 6 shots at the moment at the Open.
That's what you want.
That's exactly what it was. Live commentary of that continues on talkSPORT 2. Let's now talk the Lionesses. England are into the semi-finals of the European Championships. They, of course, just about got past Sweden on Thursday night on penalties. Last night, by the way, if you missed it, Spain, the tournament favourites, beating Switzerland 2-0. Norway, Italy was the first quarter-final on Wednesday. Italy winning that one. So England will play Italy on Tuesday night. The final quarter-final, by the way, is this evening on talkSPORT 2. Germany versus France. Now, the Lionesses substitute keeper Kira Keating has been speaking to our England correspondent Courtney Sweetman-Kirk, and the 21-year-old Man City stopper knew she was part of a special group right from the start of the tournament.
The moment that I stepped through the door at St George's, I think I was allowed to be myself. I think I don't really do well when I have to change and try not be this bubbly person. So yeah, I think my teammates, the coaches, staff all support like me being me. Obviously there's a time where I have to actually be serious and not be laughing and joking every 2 minutes. But yeah, I think the culture that we have here, I stepped in and I felt welcome and that I could express myself really. Football has been embedded since I could walk. Obviously having older brothers who just love football and was football mad. From the start I knew I was gonna be doing something with a ball. But yeah, I think my mum, where I grew up, it wasn't the greatest of areas. There wasn't a lot of opportunity for the kids. So my mum was a social worker, so she's always had that love for taking care of people and trying to make the best out of a bad situation. So yeah, she rented a van one day and just said, you know, I'm going to get the local kids and we're going to go to a tournament. And then it kind of blossomed from there. We actually did really well, surprisingly. But yeah, I think at that age, you just want to play football, and my mum gave many people the opportunity to do that.
That's Kira Keating speaking there with talkSPORT's Courtney Sweetman-Kirk. I mean, it felt like the tournament really came to life over the last couple of days. I mean, I watched the game, Darren, on Thursday evening. It was I couldn't believe how bad England were for an hour.
Yeah.
But then also as well, I couldn't believe how good they were in that final sort of 20 minutes when, you know, Chloe Kelly came off the bench, completely turned the game around.
Yeah.
And you know what it's like in these tournaments. Look, in an ideal world, you get through every game winning 2-3-0 comfortably. But part of these tournaments, we know, is about riding your luck at times and winning the games where you're just not at your best.
Yeah, and they certainly have this tournament. They've rode their luck a lot, and yeah, I agree. They were almost out against Sweden. And then you said the arrival.
I thought they were done.
Yeah, I did. The arrival of Chloe Kelly change the game, turn the game straight away. And that's what you want. You know, Sarina Wiegman's been criticised a little bit with late substitutions, but they've done exactly what she wanted them to do. And yeah, look, the penalty shootout wasn't the greatest, but they managed to scrape through it. They got through it.
You're being generous there, by the way.
I know. Look, it reminds you a little bit of the men's Euros. Got all the way to the final without playing particularly well. Ended up playing the favourites in Spain. It looks like that could happen here. I think it's not a foregone conclusion, but they should go through. They should beat Italy, and then they're probably going to meet Spain, depending on what happens. So they look unstoppable at the moment, Spain. So you know, hopefully Germany can win that one, and then they play them in the final instead.
So Spain, England, Italy into the semi-finals. talkSPORT reporter Charlotte Richardson will be reporting on the final quarter-final between France and Germany tonight. She's been looking ahead to the game for us.
The last remaining semi-final spot at Euro 2025 remains, and there is space for one footballing superpower left. France versus Germany, a rematch of the 2022 semi-final. The 8-time European champions won on that occasion, but after a 4-1 wobble against Sweden last time out, an unbeaten France will prove a tricky test. It's the closest battle of the quarter-final stage as it kicks off at 8 p.m. as France face Germany.
UEFA Women's Euro 2025 update on talkSPORT with McDonald's. Got Big McDonald's hunger? The new Big Arch is here. Available from 11 a.m. at participating restaurants.
Charlotte Richardson reporting for talkSPORT tonight. There's live commentary on talkSPORT to 8 o'clock start, Germany-France, for a place in the semi-finals. Back to Royal Portrush, the Open Championship. Rupert Bell, Rory McIlroy, Justin Rose, Russell Henley, 3 golfers off to cracking starts here on day 3.
Yeah, strutting Rory McIlroy. He's got to 6 under through 4 holes. Magnificent 36-foot putt. Set the momentum going on the first for a birdie. Birdie then followed at 2 and a birdie at 4 as well. He's playing the 5th, which definitely has birdie opportunities as well written all over it. Elsewhere, Russell Henley's got to 6 under, but Justin Rose, well, he's travelling along nicely. A 5 under par. Tyrrell Hatton just beginning his round. He's opened up with a par, and he is starting back at 5 under par. Scotty Scheffler going in 5 minutes' time with Matt Fitzpatrick.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Build your own car deal, all with a few clicks.
Pre-season friendly action, Manchester United versus Leeds. Interesting, Tom Clayton. Cunha starting for Man United in that game. Interested to know what sort of role Cunha's been playing for Man United today.
Well, 59 minutes on the clock, Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0. At half-time, he was looking like a live wire, but pretty much a full 11 change from Ruben Amorim. There's been a couple of big chances in this match so far. Leeds United had a chance to come through here, and very nearly a chance there for Largi Ramazani against Manchester United, his former academy side. Very, very nearly indeed for the young winger on this left. Goodness gracious me. But as I was saying, Jayden Bogle's had one down on this right-hand side, and it was well saved by the goalkeeper for Manchester United. Manchester United broke off the back of that, and there was one pass too many that ultimately allowed Ilham Meslier to come out and make the save. And as you've just been hearing, Leeds then broke themselves down the other end, and then very nearly had a chance through on goal with Largi Ramazani. It was offside anyway, but this game, as we hit the exact hour mark, goodness gracious me, it's certainly not looking like a pre-season friendly at all. Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0.
It's also Thomas Frank's first game as Spurs manager. They're at Reading, watching for talkSPORT. Is Ian Abrahams?
Half an hour gone, Reading 0, Spurs 0, and the game's become bogged down in the last 10 minutes in a bit of a midfield scrap, although Spurs have just won the ball with Dominic Solanke and Mikey Moore on the edge of the Reading penalty area. Thomas Frank has spent the last few minutes just pointing towards the Reading goal. I think he wants his team to get forward a bit quicker and a bit more often. At the moment, it's Reading 0, Spurs 0.
England versus India, second ODI, just 29 overs aside, a delay start because of the rain. England bowling first, Georgie Heath, how have they started?
Yeah, well, they started well. We're just coming towards the end of the 7th over. They picked up an early wicket in the 2nd over, so the opener Rawal went. But now Smriti Mandana, the in-form batter, out there in the middle alongside Harleen Deal. They're going along really nicely, just rebuilding. India currently 35 for 1 after just under 7 overs.
Busy, Darren, isn't it?
It Really is, honestly.
I haven't even been able to mention you're wearing shorts in the chucking down rain. I mean,
it's warm in
seriously,
here
it's
now.
absolutely.
It's not raining in here.
No, it's not raining in here.
I've got trousers in my bag.
I didn't know. Are you doing a John Cena tribute act today or something with the jorts on or something like that? You can't see me?
You have to, don't you? You can't see me. Look, it's lovely where I live, sunny Suffolk.
Was it sunny in Suffolk?
Yeah, it was lovely, yeah.
Goodness, you must have got a surprise then when you rocked up in London town,
pub
right?
garden weather.
Not where I was. Noah Lyles has run in his first 100-metre event of the season in the Diamond League. I went down to that last year. Fantastic event. It's sold out at London Stadium today. In the last few minutes, he's just run. I wonder how he's got on. We're going to find out next on a busy Saturday afternoon on the Saturday session. We are live on talkSPORT.
Over the last few years, Formula One has gone from elitist and insular to a global entertainment brand. The transformation's down to American investment group Liberty Media, who cultivated a new image for the sport since buying it in 2016. Better access to drivers, improved content on social media, and tapping into the US market have given F1 a massive boost in both attention and revenues. But is everyone happy? The fans certainly are, as evidenced by Drive to Survive. Almost 7 million people per season have tuned in to get all the gossip and all the drama from the paddock. The extra exposure means the drivers can demand a higher salary too. In 2010, the top drivers were earning $20 million a year, which isn't bad. But now, the very best earned 3 times that, with Max Verstappen getting a whopping $65 million in 2025. But money doesn't always buy happiness. Some drivers, including Verstappen, don't like the pageantry the changes have brought about. In Las Vegas in 2023, Verstappen said the drivers were made to look like clowns, and the event was 99% performance and 1% race. Some purists who still watch the sport feel the same, and that the spirit of competition has suffered. But Formula One and Liberty Media don't look like slowing down anytime soon. So expect more races, major events and exclusive access in future.
Saturday session. We're absolutely live on the world's biggest sports radio station. This is talkSPORT. It's Sam Ellard and the Crystal Palace legend, the former Crystal Palace being a Darren Ambrose, with you until 6 o'clock. Scotty Scheffler is out at the Open Championship, and goodness me, he's looking over his shoulder. Rory McIlroy, 3 birdies already, is at 6 under. Justin Rose has gone from 2 under to 6 under. Russell Henley started the day par. He's now 6 under. What a start to the afternoon at Royal Portrush. Waiting for some goals in our pre-season friendlies. Reading 0, Spurs 0, Leeds 0, Manchester United 0. And in the world of cricket, England versus India. India 39 for 1 into the 9th over. But I'll tell you what, Darren, we've used the phrase Supersonic Saturday a few times in the world of sport today, haven't we? There's one sport going on today we haven't even spoken about yet. Goodness me.
Go on.
You ready for this?
Let's do it.
Today sees the Diamond League event take place at the London Stadium in front of a sold-out capacity of 60,000 people. You went into Stratford, didn't you, earlier today? You were moaning and complaining.
Yeah. Oh, it was so busy. I wasn't complaining. I'd love to see it. All the supporters going. I was going the other way, so I was,
you were
right. Flying. On the way back might be trouble.
Yeah, you'll be fuming, won't you? A lot of them were there to see the fastest man in the world, Noah Lyles. He's just run in the 100-metre event. Now, did he win? We'll find out very shortly. But first, Lyles spoke to our athletics correspondent, John Cushing, ahead of the event.
Looking forward to the big day tomorrow?
No, it's gonna be pretty fun. I was more and more enthused and excited as I started seeing the competition list. Even last week, hearing that Lasila is going to be in the 100, I'm like, oh wow, okay, I didn't know that. That makes it more exciting. And then seeing Oblique was there, and so on and so forth, and Akane, I'm like, okay, this is going to be a great race.
And your first step on the route to the World Championships.
Truly, yeah. This is another first race for the 100. Especially back as the Olympic champion. That's no better way to do it, in my opinion.
Quick word on the London crowd.
I mean, they definitely come in droves. I mean, all I ask is energy, charisma, enthusiasm. That's all I can ever ask for.
And last one for me, you're heavyweight in your own sport, in athletics. In London tomorrow we have the World Heavyweight Boxing Championship going on between Usyk and Dubois. Will you be watching it? And what do you make of it?
I'm not really into boxing, so I can't say that I will be.
Well, there we go. He's got no interest in the boxing, does he? But we know he's a confident character. We know he's quick. So the big news, John Cushing, did he win?
Well, it was a knockout, Sam, but not to him.
Very good, John.
He mentioned Oblique Seville, the Jamaican, 24-year-old from Kingston, and he won it. 9.86. He won the 100 metres with Noah Lyles in second, with a season's best, it says here, in 10 flat. But, of course, this is his first 100-metre race since we saw him in Paris this time last year. So I don't think that counts. But it's on the way, as you heard him there say, to the World Championships, which take place in 2 months' time. Zarnell Hughes, the British number 1, 10.02 in third place. So a really strong field in that men's 100 metres, and a bit of a shock that Noah Lyles has started his season in of course, looking to be the world champion in Tokyo in a couple of months' time, but with a defeat here at the Diamond League meeting, which, as Darren mentioned, absolutely sold out here. Incredible fans. Very, very wet this morning, but the sun has just come out in the last half an hour.
Yeah, John, I was down there last year. I was doing a piece for talkSPORT with Danny Mills, obviously former footballer with works here for talkSPORT with his son George, who was running there, and obviously he's been doing some great stuff himself. So I was there, and I was almost pleasantly I was surprised at kind of just how big an event it was, how many people were there, how much interest there was, and again, sold out again today. Does this just show how big of an appetite there is for athletics?
Yeah. This is the world's biggest one-day athletics event. End of. It's the biggest night of crowd and the biggest tournament, and everyone wants to compete in London, which is why the news that broke this morning that the government is backing the bid to bring the World Athletics Championships to London, back to this stadium in 2029, is being welcomed by the likes of Noah Lyles. When I spoke to him yesterday, I also spoke to him about why it was important that London stage these games in 2029, and we needed the government to fund the money. They've said that now. Lyle said yesterday to me that fans here love athletics, and I think this proves it. And what we've seen today is other stories that I think people will begin to look at ahead of these World Championships. We've had Max Bergen in the men's 800 metres break his personal best and finish behind the Olympic champion and the silver medalist as well. Charlie Dobson in the men's 400 metres has just broken his personal best. He beat Matthew Hudson-Smith, who was a silver medalist in Paris, of course, last year for Great Britain. And no Keely Hodgkinson, of course, here because she is still injured, the Olympic champion in the women's 800 metres, but no problem because her teammate and training partner, Georgia Hunter-Bell, she did the season's best and she won the 800 metres and told me as well just in the last few minutes that she will be looking at going to the World Championships, maybe in the 800 metres, maybe against Keeley.
And JC, we know that Noah Lyles is obviously incredibly talented, but it's also one of the best things about him, the character he is. He's a big personality. How important is it for athletics that we have characters like that and that people, will be drawn into these guys and drawn in more to athletics?
Yeah, I mean, he's got his own podcast, he's got his own channel. He wants to do a Michael Johnston and start running athletics events himself. In fact, he said that in LA 2028, the next Olympic Games, that either he wants to be running athletics or he wants to win 3 Olympic gold. He has huge ambition, as you say, and today's look, it's not ideal, but it's a step on the right direction for the World Championships, which take place in Tokyo in a couple of months' time. But that's why I was surprised he wasn't such a boxing fan, and I thought he would be, because he is a showman, and we know, of course, Usyk and Dubois are showmen as well.
You were gutted there, weren't you, JC? You thought about that question. He's done you dirty, hasn't he? Honestly, you should plan
that question in advance. I know exactly.
Honestly,
left me hanging.
I know what it's like when you interview these guys and ask a bit more of a left field question. They just give you nothing.
He's a fake showman, isn't he? If you don't like boxing, he's a fake showman. He ain't no Usain Bolt.
If Noah Lyles was that cool, he'd have won the race today and then got a private jet to Stratford to Wembley Stadium for the fight tonight. But maybe he's no Usain Bolt.
He should have just said it anyway.
I know. Just pick a name. You've got 1 and 2 chances of getting it right. Anyway, John Cushing, you did your job by asking the good questions. Enjoy the rest of the day and make sure you stay clean.
Thank you, mate. I will do.
I meant dry, not clean. I mean, I guess you could get dirty with the. I guess
filthy animal.
No. I meant to say dry because of the rain. Anyway, Rory McIlroy, by the way, he's just missed. How far away was that? Was that an 8-foot or 10-foot putt for another birdie?
8 foot, but it's millimetres when he thought it was in. You could tell he's walking towards it, thinking he's about to pick it out, but no, he's missed his birdie opportunity. It's over.
He's overrated.
He's over.
So much going on in the world of sport, but we should remind you all of the big football news. And this is a massive story. Alex Crook came on earlier and put the meat on the bones for us. But we've had a here we go from Fabrizio Romano as well. Marcus Rashford to Barcelona. Verbal agreement in principle between all parties involved, with Barca planning for medical tests in the next days. It's a loan deal, with a buy option. Details being finalised today. The Man Utd will authorise his travels to Spain. So a loan deal with buy option. Marcus Rashford wanted that move. He wanted it. Not many people thought he was going to get it. He's forced
it through. Look, it's one of those that if you speak enough and you talk to enough people, it can happen. It comes through. And look, honestly, I believe that. I believe his agent has been talking for years and years to
Is that
Barcelona.
how life works?
Is it that simple? To certain people, yeah. I mean, you or I couldn't pick up the phone to Barcelona and be there in half a year, but look, he's got what he wanted. It looks like it's going to be happening. Got the here we go again, as you said. Can
he succeed though? Honestly, no, because we know there's a good player there. Look, he might not go in and be, he's not going to replace Lamine Yamal, is he? But do you think that a new league, a new culture, a new environment can bring the best out of him?
You never know what's going to happen. You never know. You go out there, Rafinha, Lamine Yamal, hopefully nothing happens, but they may get injured. They may get a 3-4 week injury. He may come in, score 3 or 4 goals. Look, of course he can succeed. He's a top talent. Just we've not seen enough of it in recent years, and hopefully he does. I said this earlier. Hopefully the new environment, he can get his confidence back, get his playing ability back as well, his performances back. Because that would only help the England national team as well.
Yeah, and what about his England ambitions? I mean, to go there in Barcelona, probably there's not many 2 bigger places, is there, to try and impress the manager there?
Like I said this earlier, I think his priorities have changed in recent years. I don't think football's number one at the moment. I think he needs to get back to being that. Look, who am I to tell Marcus Rashford what he should do in his life? But
it's a short career, isn't it? Someone with that ability, you don't want to see him wasted.
Exactly.
Him, Man United struggling last season in the league, and him not being able to help his boy club. It wasn't a good look. It didn't benefit anybody.
We see it with Dele Alli as well, haven't we? That such a talent. As soon as you lose that confidence, as soon as you lose your ambitions, your ability goes, your performances goes, and hopefully he can get back to what we know he can perform like.
Back to the Open then, Royal Portrush. Lots of people applying some pressure on Scotty Scheffler, who just started his round, Rupert Bell, and he nearly started his round with a birdie.
Yep, he's on the first, and his putt, it was a long putt, it has to be said, but it went past by, well, maybe 2.5, 3 feet, so a little bit of work to do to save par. Matt Fitzpatrick is in the same position as Scheffler, just tidying up, hopefully, to remain at the score of 10 and 9 under. Haotang Li is at 8 under, but Brian Harman, the 2023 Open champions, begun with a double bogey at the first to slip back to 6 under. Justin Rose, Charles, may be hitting the buffers. He's got to 6 under, but he's having problems down the 8th. Rory McIlroy at 6 under, as you said, just missing out on that birdie. He's now playing the par 3 6, has got an outside chance of getting to 7 under. And also on 6 under is Russell Henley, who is at 6 under with 3 to play. You can hear how it all unfolds over on talkSPORT 2.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Everything for your car, all in one place.
Pre-season friendly action, Man Utd taking on Leeds. Have we come close to a goal, Tom Clayton?
Well, coming close to a goal indeed at the moment. Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0. It's ebbed and flowed as this one. There's been chances at either end. Manchester United currently got a corner after a Sebastian Bornau clearance. We have had a couple of substitutions as well. Youngsters Tyler Fredrickson and Bendito Manato has been brought on for Manchester United. Sam Chambers and Harry Gray, the younger brother of Archie, on for Leeds United. There's been a couple of massive chances for Laji Ramazani on the Leeds left-hand side. He's been very impressive indeed. Manchester United trying to come forward themselves as the corner comes to absolutely nothing. You have to say at this one, it's very, very evenly balanced. 0-0 between Manchester United and Leeds.
A bogey first hole for Matt Fitzpatrick. He started the day 1 behind Scheffler. He's bogeyed the first. He goes to 8 under. Half-time between Reading and Tottenham, Ian Abrahams.
Reading 0, Spurs 0. Reading largely with a defensive setup have kept Spurs at bay. Joel Pereira in the Royals goals had to make 2 or 3 good saves. Probably none better than from Pat Sarr. 8 yards out, 7, 8 yards out, just left of centre. Had a clear size of the goal and the keeper, but couldn't beat the goalkeeper, who diving away to his right-hand side just managed to keep it out. Solanke put a doggy cross onto the top of the netting at full stretch as well. The only real chance for Reading was an early Dorset effort, which was kept off the line by Pedro Porro after a bout of head tennis. I can tell you, Thomas Franks had his little whiteboard out at half-time in the middle of the pitch with all the team that's coming on in the second half. It's going to be a complete 11 change for Spurs at half-time. The second half team will hope to do better than the first half team. Reading 0, Spurs 0.
And it didn't take Sophie Eccleston long to get involved in the wickets. The Lords, Georgie Heath.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff from Sophie Eccleston. As always, #1 bowler in the world for a reason. 11.2 overs in India, 55 for 2. But out there in the middle, the informed Smriti Mandana and the captain Harmanpreet Kaur going along nicely. Now on the rebuild again, a catch just been put down by Sophia Dunkley. So 11.2 overs gone, India 55 for 2.
It is the Saturday session. We're live on talkSPORT. Sam Ellard and Darren Ambrose with you until 6 o'clock this evening. And then when it gets to 6 o'clock this evening, we're handing over Alexander Usyk versus Daniel Dubois at Wembley Stadium. You can listen to it live on talkSPORT. You can watch it on DAZN. We've got live commentary during Fight Night Live special. Our commentary team, John Rawling, Spencer Oliver, Dave Allen, alongside Gadam Cattrall and Gareth A. Davis. Coverage starts after us at 6 o'clock. And coming up next, we're going to hear from both fighters. Good afternoon. It is the Saturday session. We're live on the world's biggest sports radio station, talkSPORT. It's Sam Ellard and Darren Ambrose with you until 6. We're back to all of our live sporting action very, very shortly. But let's now turn our attention to the big action this evening in the world of boxing. talkSPORT has live commentary of the undisputed world heavyweight title fight between Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois at Wembley Stadium. Dubois looking to become the first British heavyweight to hold all 4 major world titles in the 4-belt era, while Usyk aims to become undisputed heavyweight champion for the second time. The pair have, of course, already met back in 2023 when Usyk won by 9th round KO. Our commentary team will be Adam Cattrall, Gareth A. Davis, Spencer Oliver, Dave Allen and John Rawling. Let's now hear from both fighters who have been speaking with talkSPORT, and let's start with Alexander Usyk.
I prepare every time on 12th round because we with my coach, with my team, we prepare 12th round. But if I have chance, I do it.
Do you believe you will stop him?
Yes, of course.
Of course he does. Gareth A. Davis also spoke to Daniel Dubois. Let's hear from Daniel.
Just be a savage in there, and we'll talk about it after it's done, but just be a savage, bring chaos.
Do you think you have got under his skin, or you're going to get under his skin?
I'm going to get under his skin with these punches, with these bombs I'm going to be throwing, so, yeah.
There's an energy about you that you're really ready.
Yeah. No, I have been. I've been ready for months now. It's been a long camp, this one. From the last fight that didn't happen, it's been ongoing, so I'm ready to go in there now.
Destiny?
For sure.
When you look at that arch from the farm, just behind us, that big Wembley arch.
Yeah. All my men will say it's destiny.
That is Daniel Dubois speaking with talkSPORT's Gareth A. Davis. We're heading over to Wembley Stadium, Darren, before 6 p.m. to chat to our team. But I know you love your boxing. How much are you looking forward to this one tonight?
I really am. You know, Usyk's probably my favourite fighter out there at the moment. And
why?
I love his personality. I think he endears himself to the support everywhere he goes. He's not a massive showman in terms of when he fought Tyson Fury. He wasn't like too vocal like Tyson Fury is. In fact, Fury was the only one I wanted to see win because I'm also a huge fan of Tyson Fury. And to be fair to Daniel Dubois, I respect what he's done. When he lost to Joe Joyce, I thought that was him done, and he had a few fights after that. Then he got the chance of Alexander Usyk again. All the controversy over the low blow, which I felt was a low blow at the time. I really did. So I felt it was the right decision. Even after that, I think Usyk would have got up if he didn't get the 5 minutes. I still feel he would have got up. And then he fought Jarrell Miller, and I thought, you know what, he showed a lot of bottle and heart there because Jarrell Miller, one of those fighters that can take you out. He's powerful, he's confident. Ended up finishing him last 10 seconds, didn't he, of that fight? And I think that was the catalyst then to him growing in confidence. Dominated Hrgović, which I was really surprised with. I thought Hrgović would have won that fight. Dominated him, and then again, his confidence was sky high. And what he done to Anthony Joshua, no one expected. No one see that coming. He's got a huge chance tonight, Daniel Dubois. His power. He's just full of confidence, and he says, I'm going to bring chaos. I don't think he's the most likeable of fighters, if I'm honest, and I think maybe a lot of the English support might be going there to see, hope Usyk will win as well, to be honest. Yeah, I do.
Why is he not likeable? Do you mean as a fighter, or in terms of his character and personality?
As a fighter, brilliant. He will bring chaos. He'll have a right go. After the I think people say he took a knee on a jab with Usyk, but look, he was getting dominated in that fight. So people said he gave up. So to come back and fight Jarrell Miller, Hrgović, Anthony Joshua and dominate as he did, I felt showed a lot of heart. So as a fighter, I think people like him because he goes for it. He goes for knockouts. I think his demeanour, I don't think he endears himself to the support. I really don't. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong in terms of the English support. Just what he done after the Usyk Fury fight, I think when he jumped in the ring and said, give me my opportunity, I want to win my belts back. It was Usyk's time. He didn't need to do that. I felt that was a bit disrespectful.
Sure.
But he's got his opportunity. He got what he wanted, so it worked for what he done. just some of the antics he pushing him in the face off, and I just don't think he endears himself a lot to the British public. And look, as a British fighter, of course I'd like to see him hold all the belts, but I don't think he will. I think Usyk's he's a generational fighter. He would win in any generation. He's such a talent, and I think he would deal and handle with anything's thrown at him. I do think he will have to get up off the canvas, probably for the first time, Usyk, in his professional career. I think he'll have to do that, but I think he'll handle it, and I think he'll get through it.
So, it's tonight, it's live on talkSPORT. We're heading to Wembley Stadium at 6 o'clock when we're done here. And don't forget that tonight's fight is also available to watch on DAZN. Let's now go back then, shall we, to the Open Championship. Rupert Bell was at Royal Portrush for talkSPORT. And Rupert, a couple of bogeys for Justin Rose and Matt Fitzpatrick.
Yep, Justin Rose going down the 8th. He found the fairway, the rough down the right-hand side, and then hacking out. He seemed to sort of shank it also, but come away with just a bogey is probably a bit of a relief. But he's still going along nicely at 5 under. Matt Fitzpatrick, though, hugely disappointed to drop a shot at the first, no more than 2.5 feet. Scotty Scheffler now playing the par 5 second hole, looks to have an outside chance of an eagle, but he could move to a 3-shot lead here and put real pressure on the rest. Brian Harman's got one of his 2 shots back to get back to 7 under. Others on the move. Matt Wallace on course for his best Open Championship performance is currently at 5 under par, and that's 5 up under his round. But at the moment, Scotty Scheffler serenely going about his business, sitting with a 2-shot lead. You can hear how he's getting on talkSPORT 2.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Get the UK's best used car deals guaranteed.
Lots of pre-season friendly action going on half-time between Reading and Spurs, and Thomas Frank's first game in charge of Spurs manager. No goals in that game. Any goals in the game between Man Utd and Leeds, Tom Clayton?
And Leeds United with 90 minutes just about on the clock. How it's 0-0, I have absolutely no idea. Kobbie Mainoo from a corner hit one off the top of the crossbar. It fell back down into the penalty area. There was a scramble. It was half cleared. It came back to Kobbie Mainoo, who was 6 yards out. A flying, acrobatic, almost bicycle kick. Fired it straight to Illan Meslier, who saved it and sent it away. Goodness gracious me, how on earth Manchester United are not ahead in this game, I do not know. They are certainly ending the better in this game, as the academy players for Leeds are at the back, and they're certainly taking advantage of that. Manchester United, as it stands though in Stockholm, 90 minutes played, Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0.
Second ODI between England and India at Lord's and Georgie Heath. England, with the ball in hand, are well on top.
They sure are. India currently 69 for 4 after just over 14 overs. The dangerous Jeremy Rodriguez, the last one to go, caught and bowled by Charlie Dean. England, they're playing 3 spinners today, and it is paying off. 2 wickets for best in the world, Sophie Ecclestone, and 1 for Charlie Dean now as well. So England looking to fight back in this series and try and level it with 1 to go after this. So currently India 69 for 4 after 14 overs.
Thanks, Georgie. You've also got Germany-France live on talkSPORT 2 this evening at 8 o'clock. Final quarter-final of the Women's European Championship. And on talkSPORT Darts' YouTube channel, day 1 of the World Match Play. It's 4 o'clock though, it's the Saturday session on talkSPORT. Coming up next, we'll be looking at the big transfer news during the rounds today.
More green jackets have been lost at the 12th than at the Augusta City Dry Cleaners. Rory McIlroy knows this better than most. But what is Amen Corner and why is it so iconic? The famous sequence has always been there since the Masters began in 1934. It didn't get its name until '58, though, when American sports writer Herbert Warren Wind, on the left, wrote, "At the farthest reach of the Augusta National Course, down in the Amen Corner." He drew inspiration from the 1933 jazz song Shouting in That Amen Corner by the Dorsey Brothers. The reason behind its difficulty is all in the sand and the water. Tournament officials don't even bother to count the balls lost in there each year, such is the sheer number. The 11th, named White Dogwood, is a downhill 520-yard par 4 with a pond to the left of the green and a bunker to the right. Both cause a lot of trouble each year. The 12th, Golden Bell, is perhaps the most famous hole in the world, with danger everywhere. Many aim for the flag, but look, get it even slightly wrong, and you're in the azaleas at the back, or the bunkers at the front, or even worse, Rays Creek. Or you can play it safe and aim for the open green on the left. You chicken. Tiger Woods once said, if you make 4 bogeys from Thursday to Sunday, you're doing well. And the highest ever score on that hole? 13. It's a par 3. Tom Weiskopf in 1980 was the sorry soul. Often the iconic Ben Hogan Bridge is the only thing players enjoy about Golden Bell. Even if you escape there unscathed, though, you met with Azalea, the dogleg par 5 13th. It tempts players to go for the green in 2, but cut over those trees on the left at your peril. Every year, it seems, Amen Corner destroys someone's dreams. Rory McIlroy dropped 3 shots through here as his round unravelled in 2011. In 2016, a year after navigating Amen Corner expertly, Jordan Spieth shot a quadruple bogey on the 12th to throw away his green jacket. I mean, it sounds like my game, to be honest. So who'll be the next to be brought to their knees, praying for mercy after Amen Corner?
You're listening to the Saturday session. We are live on the world's biggest sports radio station, talkSPORT, with me, Sam Ellard. The former Crystal Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose, and what is well and truly a supersonic Saturday of live sport across the talkSPORT network. Earlier this morning, the British and Irish Lions won 27-19 against the Wallabies in the first test in Brisbane. We'll be speaking to former Lion Ben Youngs in the next hour of the programme. Day 3 of the Open at Royal Portrush is well and truly entering the business part of the day. Rupert Bell and Rory McIlroy started with a bang.
Started with a bang, 3 birdies in 4 holes, but he hasn't managed to improve on his 6 under total. That's 4 back behind the joint leaders. Matt Fitzpatrick, spectacular eagle at the second, chipping in from around 40 feet to get to 10 under. Scheffler missed a birdie putt on that hole, so they're locked at the top at 10 under, 1 clear of China's Haotong Li.
Full time between Manchester United and Leeds. Watching is Tom Clayton.
Thank you, Sam. Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0. How it ended goalless, I do not know. There weren't that many clear-cut chances in the first half, but there's been plenty to go around in the second period. Manchester United had a late flurry of chances as Patrick Dorgu had a chance saved and a penalty area after scramble after a corner gave Kobbie Mainoo 2 chances to end it. 1 came off the crossbar, the other was straight to Ilan Meslier. Largi Ramazani was very impressive for Leeds in the second half, if a little wasteful. He had 2 chances that were either saved or wide of the mark. Jayden Bogle also had an opportunity saved by Tom Heaton from close range. For Manchester United and Ruben Amorim, perhaps a frustrating afternoon. For Leeds and Daniel Farke, a solid base to build on, but safe to say that no one's sweet tooth has been totally satisfied at the Strawberry Stadium in Stockholm, where it's ended Manchester United 0, Leeds United 0.
And Darren Ambrose fist pumping in the air because Ian Abraham, Spurs have scored.
Spurs have scored. Reading 0, Spurs 1. 4 minutes into the second half, Spurs won a corner on the far side. It was taken towards the middle of the 6-yard area, and it was flicked on for Will Lancashire around the back just to nod the ball into the back of the net, and just holding off his marker in doing so. The game needed a goal. Game now has got a goal. Reading 0, Spurs 1.
Don't forget that tonight from 6 we're bringing you live commentary of Usyk Dubois, the rematch, live on talkSPORT at 6. Also Women's Euro quarter-final action. France play Germany at 8 p.m. on talkSPORT, and from 7 we're bringing you World Match Play Darts from the talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel. There really is a lot going on, and this is the place to be for all of the build-up and live action. The Saturday session on talkSPORT. Do you like your darts, Darren Ambrose?
Love it.
Winter Gardens, Blackpool, one of obviously the World Championships. It goes without saying is well and truly the biggest darts tournament of the year. But the Winter Gardens of Blackpool, the World Match Play, it comes second. Iconic venue, iconic tournament, and Littler Humphreys are going to be the two to beat, really.
Yeah, going for the Triple Crown. Luke Littler,
of course he is. Yeah, I mean, to do that at 18.
Humphreys is for me is the one to beat.
Yeah, I think so.
Even though how we know how good Luke Littler is, we know that Humphreys has got that Triple Crown, so there's no pressure on him to do that. He's already won the Premier League, hasn't he, this season? So
and beat Littler in the final as well.
Yeah, beat Littler. I'm really looking forward to it. I do love my darts. I've got an Oki in my house, Sam. That's
oh, wow. There we go. Darts. There we go. Good man. Happy days. More darts chat later on. Mark Wilson's going to join us later on in the show. So lots going on in the world of sport, but also lots going on in the world of football and transfers. Barcelona are going to be signing Marcus Rashford. We broke that news a little bit earlier on. Barcelona is set to pay the whole of Rashford's salary as part of a proposed transfer for Manchester United. It's an impending loan plus an option to buy. Includes 100% of wages covered by Barcelona as all parties work to finalise the deal. That's what David Ornstein has just put out on X. Darren, This is moving along very, very quickly.
Look, that's incredible to hear that they're going to pay all his wages.
How great is that for Manchester United? Amazing news for them, because we know it's a lot of wages.
Yeah. And look, that's probably going to push the Brian Mbeumo deal through pretty quickly. I know that's almost there anyway, but that will happen pretty quickly. But that frees up a lot more as well to sign more players. And
correct.
We spoke about it earlier. There's no real risk for Barcelona. They've got a player. Yes, apart from the wages they're having to pay, if they get the player of old, then they've got a super player. If not, then they could just send him back.
Oh, McElroy birdie just goes wide.
I thought you was looking
Sorry.
I was speaking sense. You was like proper intrigued.
You were speaking sense. He's 6 under on the par 5, 7th. An 8-foot, 10-foot birdie just misses, so he's going to par that.
On his way, though.
And that's a par 5 as well. And you kind of think it feels like on the par 5. That's almost feels like
there's your opportunity, isn't it? The birdie opportunities on the 5s. Yeah, but look, going back to Marcus Rashford.
Sorry, I'll interrupt you.
No, look, interrupt me all you want, mate.
Sport as it goes
People
on,
want you to interrupt me when I start waffling on. Look, it's good for him. He's been pushing it for a long time. I think the Manchester United supporters will probably be pleased with it as well to get him off the wage bill. He just needs to get his priorities right, and football needs to be number one now.
Are we going to see a double fist pump from Darren Ambrose because there's been a goal in the game between Reading and Spurs? Ian, have Spurs doubled their leader and Reading back in it?
2 goals in 4 minutes for Spurs, Reading 0, Tottenham 2, and 2 players making their first Spurs starts combining for the goal. It was initially a corner taken by Mohamed Kudus, which wasn't a great corner, the truth be told, but the ball found its way back out to him on the left-hand side, got inside the penalty area and just laid the ball back for Luka Vuskovic, who was signed last season actually by Ange Postecoglou, but sent out on loan for a year. This is his first Spurs start, and he stroked the ball home from about 12-15 yards out into the corner of the net. Spurs now look very good. Reading 0, Spurs 2.
Cheers, Moose. So again, the big news of the day in the world of transfers is Marcus Rashford is joining Barcelona on loan from Manchester United. Elsewhere, Burnley. They've been holding out £40 million for James Trafford all summer. Looks like Newcastle not been willing to get to that price with other positions to fill. The player thought he was definitely going to sign for Newcastle. I think he's a decent keeper, James Trafford, but I feel like from a Newcastle point of view, that seems like a sensible decision not to pay £40 million for Trafford.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you on both accounts. I think he's a talented young goalkeeper. I think they've got a good goalkeeper, Newcastle, in Nick Pope. I think he's...
Is he good enough?
I think so, yeah. I think so.
So maybe, do you think if Newcastle have got ambitions in the years to come to be winning and challenging for Premier League, do you think Pope's good enough to be number one in goal? Is he reliable enough? Is he good enough with the ball at his feet?
Look, he is, yeah. In my opinion, he's reliable enough. But I also think that age plays some part in this, and that he's very young, James Trafford. I think the 40 million is a lot, because I feel that Newcastle are going to bring him in, keep Nick Pope, and he's just going to play the understudy to him for a year, Nick Pope will then probably move on, and then James Trafford will be that number one.
I wasn't sure. I disagree with that. I think he was to come in.
I think they'd just paid
ready
it, though.
to be number one.
I think they'd pay 40 million for a number one goalkeeper at 22 for years and years to come.
I would then say that I think they still need a new goalkeeper, and I just think they'll look elsewhere. I think they'll look elsewhere
Perhaps.
for a new number one.
I do feel.
I think across the world, across Europe, there'll be better options. There'll be better in terms of value buys. I think than James Trafford. I think James Trafford. This is not me saying I don't think James Trafford's a good goalkeeper.
Yeah.
But I think for a keeper that amount of money,
I just feel
I'm not sure James Trafford's there yet as a goalkeeper.
Yeah, no, you are right. And I feel it shows that they are happy with Nick Pope, I think, because otherwise they'd just say, look, we need a goalkeeper. We'll pay the 40 million for 10, 15 plus years of service for a 22-year-old. Doesn't look a lot of money in that term, 40 million. And fair play to Burnley. They can ask for that. He's just broken the record in the Championship for conceding the fewest amount of goals. They're a Premier League side now, Burnley, so they can hold out for as much as they want. And if they don't want to sell, then they put the 40 million price tag and someone's got to pay for it. I do think this will get over the line. I do think eventually it might be a saga that runs on, but I don't think they'll accept. I think they'll accept less than 40, and I do think he will end up at Newcastle because it's been long running this. I think Newcastle have been keeping their eye on him for a long time.
Former club of yours, Newcastle. Did you have great memories of your time there? Did you love it up there?
I loved it. Yeah, I loved it. I loved the first year and a half under Sir Bobby Robson, and then
that must have been amazing to play.
It was incredible. That was the sole reason I went there.
Sure.
Look, it was a huge club. They were in the Champions League at the time.
Did it feel different though when you went up there? Did it feel different to the other clubs you've been at because of the size of the club?
I was only at Ipswich. I come at Ipswich. I was 17, went up there, and it was ridiculously huge. Just turning up at St James's Park, just seeing the sheer size of it, and then seeing Sir Bobby Robson walk into the room when I'm there and explain why he wanted me and where he was going to play me and this and that was just surreal. And then going to the dressing room, seeing Alan Shearer, who I was watching at Euro 96 7 years earlier, and
that's amazing.
Then sharing a changing room with him. And
did you get nervous when you're around him?
Yeah, I definitely did. Like, I wasn't ready for it, and I've spoken about this so many times. I wasn't mentally ready for that move, and I didn't know that until I was put in that situation. So yeah, I wish I was more mentally ready for that move. Ended up playing Rangers in a pre-season game. I ruptured my medial ligament in a block tackle, and before I was back, Sir Bobby Robson was relieved of his duties. How long were you out for? About 4 or 5 months, I think.
Block tackle
against Rangers at St James's Park. It's stupid of me to go into it. Graham Souness came in. I was already injured. That's not a good start, especially for a manager like Graham Souness. I was already injured and never really showed probably my full potential at Newcastle, to be honest. I would openly admit that. I was a better player than I showed when I was there.
Sure. So you had a bad day at Rangers for reasons of injury. Newcastle right now are playing up in Scotland, by the way. They're playing at Celtic. Not going too well for Newcastle. They're 3-0 down at Celtic.
Yeah, but look,
at this stage of pre-season, though, I mean, how much do you think pre-season results had an impact on the season, or is it just about fitness, trying to maybe get new tactics into your play? I mean, did you ever feel if you had a bad pre-season that you took that into a Premier League season and vice versa?
No, I didn't individually, and I never did as a collective as well as a team. I've gone through pre-seasons winning every single game and then start the first losing 5 in the Premier League or the Championship, whatever it was. And I've on the flip side, I've lost every single pre-season game and then started off brilliantly, winning the first 6 or 7, and individually as well. It's just about the first few games of pre-season is just about fitness. It's just to get your body ready, get your legs ready for football again, because after a couple of weeks off, it takes it out of you and you need that football movement back. And then the last few games of pre-season is when tactics come into play and how you're going to start the season off. But you don't take no form into the league, none at all.
So Celtic 3, Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest in their pre-season friendly against Chesterfield. Goalless. Man Utd drew Leeds 0-0, and Spurs are 2 up against Reading. Back to Ian Abraham shortly. Let's now go to Rupert Bell at the Open, day 3 at Royal Port Rush. Scotty Scheffler, hour 3:30. Rupert, how's he started his round?
Well, I wasn't expecting this to have through the first 3 holes and no birdies, particularly when you think the easy second hole, the par 5, definitely has birdie opportunities written over it, and he hasn't taken it. So he's at 10 under, but Matt Fitzpatrick with a spectacular chip in at that second hole has got him to 10 under, having dropped a shot at the first. So great to see the Englishman challenging for the lead with Scotty Scheffler. Houghton Lee is not going away, the Chinese player, at 9 under par. Then there's a bit of a gap with a number of players sort of stalled at 6 under par, and that includes Rory McIlroy after his flying start at 4 birdies in 4 holes. But he's now at 6 under, hit a good drive down 8, and he'll be hoping to try and close the gap. Others on that mark include Harris English, who's still level par for his round. Other players struggling at the moment, although Tommy Fleetwood has picked up 5 shots to get a 5 under. Bob McIntyre has dropped a shot to get back to 5 under par. And also Justin Rose. Well, he shanked his shot on 8, but he's at 5 under. But it's Fitzpatrick and Scheffler leading the way.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Build your own car deal, all with a few clicks.
It's been a really, really challenging couple of weeks for England women against India women in the white ball series, losing the T20 series 4-1. They're 1 down in the ODI series, but Georgie, England going okay this afternoon at a wet Lords.
Well, this looks like a completely different side today. England playing a shortened 29-over-a-side game, won the toss, decided to have a bowl, and they've got India 83 for 5 after 18 overs. It's Sophie Eccleston spinning a web over the Indian batters at the moment. Smriti Mandana is trying to guide some kind of resistance, but England well on top. They've got India 83 for 5 after 18 overs.
It's the Saturday session at Sam Ellard. It's the former Crystal Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose with you until 6 o'clock. When it gets to 6 o'clock, we are heading over to live commentary of Usyk versus Dubois from Wembley Stadium. And coming up next, we'll cross to Wembley Way to hear from our team on the talkSPORT Battle Bus ahead of that big fight tonight.
With boxing, I prepare for this fight.
First time ever 4 belts have been on the line in this country.
Just be a savage, bring chaos.
Charging in for a finish. Fury doesn't know where he is. Dynamite Daniel Dubois has detonated. That shot was not low. That was borderline.
You conned the referee. You conned us. You conned the boxing world.
I'm not cheater. I think it's just games.
6, 7. He looks at the corner.
I'm going to get under this game with these bombs I'm going to be throwing.
9.
I like play, but it's my rules.
Stay down there, Daniel Dubois. He gets up on 9.5. Usyk sinks down to the canvas.
Let it flow until I have to get in the ring and put chaos on the sky.
It is a Supersonic Saturday of sport on talkSPORT. It's Sam Ellard, Darren Ambrose with you until 6 o'clock this evening. And at 6 o'clock this evening, we head over to Wembley Stadium. talkSPORT has a live commentary of the undisputed world heavyweight title fight between Usyk, Dubois. Dubois looking to become the first British heavyweight to hold all 4 major world titles in the 4-belt era, while Usyk aiming to become undisputed heavyweight champion for the second time. You know what, Darren? Let's head to Wembley Way, shall we?
Let's do it.
I'm sure the atmosphere is bubbling nicely. Ryan Scott Douglas is on Wembley Way at the talkSPORT Battle Bus. That sounds fun. Who's he got with him? He's got Gareth A. Davis alongside him, Ryan.
Hear the voices of Adiola Depot and Johnny Nelson telling people to enjoy themselves, not carry too much alcohol around, to behave themselves. And you know what? This is the middle of a boxing festival. We're here at the Battle Bus, the talkSPORT Battle Bus. They've been queuing up to hit the bag. We're going to meet all the fans. It's a brilliant atmosphere down here. It's going to be a great night. The main event, no one knows what's going to happen. Is the 11-man, the junior, Daniel Dubois at 27, suddenly going to make Alexander Usyk feel old tonight? That's what he wants to do. That's what the fans have come to see. 90,000 of them to witness Dubois potentially becoming the first undisputed heavyweight champion of the world on these shores. It's going to be a great night. I'm picking Usyk on points or by late stoppage, but we will be with you on air from 6 p.m. Myself, Adam Catterall, Dave Allen, John Rawling and Spencer Oliver. We can't wait, and we hope you can't either.
So I went up to the 17th floor this morning when I came into work, and I thought to myself, something looks different. Like, you know, you just know something's not there.
I was exactly
it should
the same.
be there. And I thought, well, why does this look different?
Yeah.
And it's the punching machine we have, isn't it?
How empty did it look up there?
Yeah. So and it wasn't there. And as you can see there, if you're watching on YouTube or your smart TVs, it's alongside the talkSPORT Battle Bus. So I'm sure plenty of punters are maybe having a little punch on the talkSPORT. Is it called a punching machine? I mean, it's probably called something better than a punching machine.
It's a punching machine.
Punching bag.
Punching power.
Punching power.
Well, we have to find that out.
I think you know what I mean. The thing that comes down and you punch you, don't you? So
it's going to be some testosterone flying around there.
I can imagine. If you're heading to Wembley Way, you're Wembley for the fight. The talkSPORT Battle Bus, the talkSPORT team are on Wembley Way having a little bit of fun. Gareth A. Davies there went for Usyk. Darren, can you see Dubois maybe shocking the world?
I can. Yeah, I can. I don't think he will, but look, he has a chance, and I'm not going to. He has more than a puncher's chance. I see people say he's got a puncher's chance. He's got more than that. He's got talent.
He's too good for that, isn't he?
Yeah, he's too good to have a puncher's chance. That's
disrespectful.
That's a journeyman getting in there with a big punch. Then you say you puncher's chance. He's talented. He's 11 years his junior as well. So he's got that on him. I just don't. I think Usyk's got enough. I think Usyk's had. He's always found a way against big fighters. He's had massive fights. He's been there before. He's already beaten Daniel Dubois as well. Whatever controversy everyone was saying about the low blow, he's already beaten him. Not only the low blow, he was beating him anyway. Daniel Dubois was having some joy as well, and he'll know that. I just don't think it would. I don't think the defeat will faze Daniel Dubois. That's the thing. I don't think he cares. I think he just wants to get back in there and cause chaos and throw bombs, as he keeps saying. But I just think Usyk always finds a way. He's too clever. He's a generational fighter, and I think he'll find a way to stop him late.
What are you doing here with me? Why aren't you at Wembley with the talkSPORT team? I tell you what, you should be. I mean, Gareth A. Davis and the team are in pretty good form this week.
But you should be like Gareth A. Davis.
No, possibly not. But you can certainly talk about the game, can't you? What are you doing here with me?
I do enjoy boxing. I love boxing. I used to box a little when I was younger. But
oh, really?
Yeah.
Good level.
No one really knows that. No, not really.
Is that a talkSPORT exclusive?
Not really a good level, but I used to love boxing.
And also, when you came in and asked you earlier about if you like your golf and stuff, and I think it's fair to say you weren't maybe too.
No.
But as the golf's going on,
I'm enjoying this.
You're proper into it now, aren't you?
I'm loving it. I'm loving Rory McIlroy, seeing if he can. Look, Scheffler's not got a birdie yet through 4 holes,
no birdie yet. And also one of his pars, by the way, was a long putt for par.
So he could have bogeyed that.
He could have very easily bogeyed that. McIlroy as well, one of his pars was on the par 5-7. And it feels like when you get to the par 5s, it almost feels like
it's a given.
It feels like for the top golfers that a birdie is almost a given.
I agree.
Scheffler 10 under, Fitzpatrick 10 under. He started with a bogey, then he went eagle. Should we head back to Rupert Bell with the Open?
It's
approaching 4:30. So we'll head back to him very, very shortly. Let's go to Ian Abraham, shall we? Tottenham versus Reading. Moose, I want to ask you about Mohamed Kudus. How's he started for Tottenham Hotspur, of course, moving from West Ham?
Yeah, he's done all right. I mean, still Reading 0, Spurs 2 after 70 minutes. The goals were from Will Lancashire and Luka Vuskovic. Vuskovic, after a good little pass in by Kudus, and also the first goal came from a Kudus corner. Now, he's normally played out wide for West Ham, either on the left or the right, mainly the left, but he's been drifting into the middle. In fact, he's just picked up the ball now on the halfway line, and one of his trademark little runs forward and lays it off to Will Lancashire and gets it back. But he's done all right, Kudus, in his first little outing as Spurs player. I mean, he's only been on the field, for half an hour nearly now. So, I mean, the second half team have been a little bit more cohesive, but also don't forget Reading are a little bit more tired. I mean, they've just made 7 or 8 changes in the second half, but only in the last few minutes. So you'd expect a Premier League outfit to be better than a League One team, even on the first day of pre-season, which this is, of course, for Spurs. But they're pushing forward, looking for a third. It might come now. No, a shot from the edge of the area is ballooned over the top, and not very well, unfortunately, from Heung-min Son. But he's had a few songs sung about him from the Spurs fans. Still very popular. And of course, this time next week he'll be playing at Luton before heading off to Southeast Asia and South Korea, where of course he's treated like a king. Reading 0, Spurs 2, 15 minutes to go.
Cheers, Moose. Let's now head back to the Open. Royal Portrush. Rupert Bell is watching for talkSPORT. Rupert, McIlroy got off to a great start, 3 birdies and 4 holes, but things maybe just slowed down a touch in the last couple of holes for Rory?
Yes, I mean, I think the wind may be freshening a little bit, but yes, that brilliant start. He's just not found the key with birdie opportunities since the 4th hole that left him becalmed at 6 under par. Whole group of players on that mark, but Matt Fitzpatrick is trading blow for blow with Scotty Scheffler out in front at 10 under. They both walked off the par 4 4th hole with their pars intact, heading to what is a birdieable 5th hole, the par 4, which is right up against the Northern Irish coastline. So they'll be hoping to try and find a birdie there. Haotang Lee's going along nicely at 9 under par. Chris Gotterup, who won the Scottish Open last night, is continuing to make a giddy up the leaderboard because he's 7 under par. And looking elsewhere, Tyrrell Hatton, he's just got to 6 under par, 1 under for his round, with his first birdie coming at the 5th.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Everything for your car, all in one place.
And to Lords is England versus India in the second ODI, and Georgie Heath, Sophie Ecclestone is just doing Sophie Ecclestone things.
Oh, you couldn't have put it any better myself, Sam. Yeah, Sophie Ecclestone's picked up 3 wickets for just 19 runs today, and she's absolutely flying. And it's also the big wicket recently of Smriti Mandana. She went for 42 in the end to Lindsay Smith. So India now 108 for 6. 7 overs still to play in this shortened 29-over-side game. But England, they look a completely different outfit to what they did in Southampton just a few days ago as they look to try and level the series here at Lords 1-1.
Thank you very much, Georgie. Next up, we're going to be talking a little bit about West Ham. West Ham has today beaten Grasshopper 3-1 out in Switzerland. Lots of pre-season friendlies going on today. But how are the Hammers shaping up for next season? Just been speaking with Ian Abrahams about Mohamed Kudus going to Tottenham. Been a quiet window so far for West Ham in terms of players coming in. We're talking the Hammers next.
Over the last few years, Formula One has gone from elitist and insular to a global entertainment brand. The transformation's down to American investment group Liberty Media, who cultivated a new image for the sport since buying it in 2016. Better access to drivers, improved content on social media, and tapping into the US market have given F1 a massive boost in both attention and revenues. But is everyone happy? The fans certainly are, as evidenced by Drive to Survive. Almost 7 million people per season have tuned in to get all the gossip and all the drama from the paddock. The extra exposure means the drivers can demand a higher salary too. In 2010, the top drivers were earning $20 million a year, which isn't bad. But now, the very best earned 3 times that, with Max Verstappen getting a whopping $65 million in 2025. But money doesn't always buy happiness. Some drivers, including Verstappen, don't like the pageantry the changes have brought about. In Las Vegas in 2023, Verstappen said the drivers were made to look like clowns, and the event was 99% performance and 1% race. Some purists who still watch the sport feel the same, and that the spirit of competition has suffered. But Formula One and Liberty Media don't look like slowing down anytime soon. So expect more races, major events and exclusive access in future.
Yeah, very good afternoon. The Saturday session on talkSPORT. Sam Ellard, Darren, Ambrose with you until 6 o'clock this evening. Rory McIlroy on the charge at the Open Championship. He moves to 6 under, but Scott Scheffler and Matt Fitzpatrick sharing the lead at 10 under. Spurs leading Reading 2-0 in a pre-season friendly. It finished goalless between Manchester United and Leeds. In the cricket, England well on top, with India struggling at 114 for 6. And we got loads of more live sport for you this evening. The boxing, Usyk Dubois follows us at Wembley Stadium from 6 o'clock. Listen to it on talkSPORT, watch it on DAZN, and at 8 o'clock on talkSPORT 2, the European Championship final quarter-final, Germany take on France. But before that, Coldplay are back at Wembley this summer, and we've got a huge VIP prize up for grabs for one lucky listener.
Yep, we're giving you the chance to win 6 tickets in a private box for you and your mates on August 22nd with full hospitality. And that's not it. We're also chucking in 10 grand spending money, completely tax-free. Here's how to enter.
18 plus, UK excluding Northern Ireland, for a chance to win. Text the word WIN to 83338 by the 4th of August at 11 p.m. and you're in the draw. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. You must have the bill payer's permission or post your name and number to Coldplay Competition, PO Box 3190, Colchester CO2 8GP, to arrive by 5 p.m. on the 7th of August.
Yep, this is a TalkSPORT limited promotion run on TalkSPORT, Talk and Virgin Radio UK stations. Full T's and C's at talksport.com.
If you do go, though, be careful on the kiss cam, right?
I was wondering when you was going to say that, to be honest.
Feels like every radio show has to mention the kiss cam at Coldplay, otherwise, what's the point even doing this radio
and then
show?
Don't take accountability for it.
No, but I mean, if that was to, how were they supposed to react? It was probably just instinct, isn't it?
Might as well have just carried on.
No, I don't think so. They didn't react, though. And like, they just carried on like that. It obviously wouldn't have been a thing. And nobody in the world would have known who they are, what they were, and what they were doing.
And it was when he said, they're either shy or having an affair. It was like, oh no. Just outed him.
I know, but I kind of like that because it was such an abnormal reaction.
I know.
Yeah, he's done them no favours.
He thought they were just shy. He didn't know.
No, I don't think he thought that fast forward 24 hours and they'd probably be the most viral clip in the world on social media, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a meme for a long, long time.
Anyway, happy days, or not for certain people involved in this. So loads of pre-season friendlies going on. Celtic 3, Newcastle 0. Spurs are leading at Reading by 2-0. It finished Man Utd 0, Leeds 0. Last time I checked, it was Chesterfield 0, Nottingham Forest 0 in their pre-season friendly. West Ham 3-1 victory at Grasshopper. Andy Irving, Callum Marshall, and Lucas Paqueta from the penalty spot saw the Hammers start their pre-season with a win. What are you expecting from West Ham this season? Because it feels like the fans already are just not sure about Graham Potter. You know, Mohamed Kudus has gone to Spurs. What are you expecting from West Ham?
I think they're going to struggle, West Ham. I really do. I don't think Graham Potter's come in and done particularly well last season. I think I don't think they'll go down. I think they'll be fighting relegation, if I'm honest. Hopefully not, because I do have a soft spot for West Ham. My old man was a West Ham fan, so was my granddad. So I do have a soft spot for West Ham, but I just think they're going to be struggling. Graham Potter, I don't know. When he was at Brighton, everyone was saying what an unbelievable manager he was, and I was just like, I don't think he's unbelievable. And then he had the time at Chelsea, didn't go particularly well, and it's not going particularly well here. I think he could be in trouble as well if they don't start quickly. I think the support will turn on him pretty quickly, and they want to be successful. They want to play football the West Ham way. We don't know what that is at the moment, but that's what they want. And I think if they don't start well, 10, 12 games, he could be the first out the door. I really think so. I don't think they'll go down. I think the three that come up will go down again. I think we're going to see that again, and hopefully
could
not.
Be most likely to be in trouble then. And people are saying, obviously, you have to see what Brentford do in terms of bringing players in.
Yeah, Wolves
struggled.
I think Wolves, Brentford and West Ham, I think, are the three. I think everyone else will strengthen. Spurs and Manchester United are not going to have the season that they had last season. I'm almost 100% certain of that. It's not. Hopefully, Man United do.
From Man United point of view,
Spurs won't. Everyone will get stronger. I think those three are losing players, the good players as well. They're better players, and with Brentford losing their players and their manager, I think they could struggle. I just feel the gap, which surprised me last season. I've done a lot with Ipswich in League One and the Championship, and it surprised me.
I won't tell people your pre-season prediction with me on the social on talkSPORT too.
You can tell them, because I thought they were going to
treble, didn't you?
I thought they were going to be a lot. It shocked me, the gap. I'm not going to lie. I hold my hands up. I thought they'd finish closer to top 10 than they did in relegation zone, and I was proved massively wrong. I mean, I don't get a lot wrong, Sam, you know that, but
goes without saying, right?
I was proved massively wrong. So it opened my eyes to how far away the gap is from Championship to Premier League. So I think the three coming up again, Leeds might have an opportunity of staying up. I don't think the other two will, but I do think those three will go down again. But you only have to beat the two that are coming up and one other, and one other is, for me, going to be Brentford, Wolves or West Ham.
Yeah, Graham Potter's won 5 out of his 19 games for West Ham. So I think you've a quick start for West Ham next season. It does feel absolutely paramount, because otherwise, we saw it, didn't we, with David Moyes? There was pressure on him. The fans never really took to Lopetegui, and you worry again. 5 wins from 19. It could be the same with Potter.
Yeah, it could, and like I said, I think he could be in trouble if they don't have a quick start. If they do, all the positive feel is going to be back at the club, and the support are great. The support will always back them. They always will. I've done a little bit of covering them last season. They were always good, even when they were goal down. I think might have done Everton West Ham there. It was one of the worst games I've watched, but the support was great and stuck by them, and they will again unless they start badly, because it can go toxic there to a certain degree, and they'd have to make a change. I wouldn't look into too much what's happening with pre-season. I think it all depends what's going to happen. They're linked with Harvey Elliott, aren't they? Whether that happens, I don't know.
Would that be a good signing?
Really good. Yeah, that could sway me, by the way.
Would that
one
be a good
player,
move for Harvey Elliott?
Yes. That one player could sway me from saying they're in trouble. I think they won't be with Harvey Elliott, just that one player.
Wow.
Covering the Euros with the 21s, I thought he was outstanding. And I think more clubs will be coming in if West Ham do as well. And I'd love.
He needs to go and play. He needs to go and play regular football now, doesn't he?
He needs to play, and I don't think he will play regularly at Liverpool.
No.
I think
we saw last season. Arne Slot just didn't.
I think he could. I think he could. He's good enough. He's good enough to get in that Liverpool team.
He's a good player, but you look at the strength and depth Liverpool have got at the moment. It's just true. So I think he's been there. He's won trophies.
Yeah,
a great experience for him. And he played some important parts.
Yeah, he did.
But for that age, he's too good to be
that talent. That talent. He has to go somewhere and play. And West Ham, he'll walk in there the main player, and he will help them move up the table for sure.
Yeah, a big boost to Phil with Mohamed. I know he was a little bit inconsistent last season, Kudus, but big boost to Phil on that right hand side, and we hope that the Lucas Paqueta situation gets sorted sooner rather than later, because we know that when he's playing and when he's in a good mind, he's a top player. Yeah. But always fills up. And I watched West Ham last season, though it felt like it was all on Jared Bowen. You always looked for him to have to get them out of trouble, and if he wasn't doing it, they just struggled creatively going forward.
It's true, yeah, and you'd hope that he stayed fit next season. If they add a few talent, like Harvey Elliott, for instance, and if Lucas Paquetá's situation does get sorted, I think they need to part ways with him either way, Lucas Paquetá, I really do, and that would pave the way for Harvey Elliott to come in, and that would be a real good signing, along with Jared Bowen, and who knows what's going to happen. Antonio might be coming back, we don't know. Hopefully we see him coming back soon, and hopefully they're okay, because as I said, I've got a soft spot for them. I just looking at it right now as we speak, I think they're in trouble.
Newcastle are in trouble this afternoon because Newcastle are now 4-0 down away at Celtic in their pre-season friendly.
Don't matter, they won the cup. Don't matter. They won the cup last year.
Anthony Langer's playing for West Ham for Newcastle in the second half of that game. Good signing that for Newcastle, Anthony Langer?
Yeah, really good.
How's he going to... So he's got Langer, he's got Gordon, he's got Barnes, he's got Murphy. Obviously, Usyk is going to play as the 9. How do you think he's going to kind of... Is it just about rotating, keeping everybody fresh because of European football back next season?
Yeah, for sure. You need a squad good enough to navigate through all those competitions. I think last time they were in Europe, in the Champions League, they didn't really have that, did they? They couldn't make changes and it affected their league campaign. So they need a real strong squad that can be competing, and every one of those players could essentially be a starting player, and that's healthy. That's healthy competition. It gives Eddie Howe options as well to make tactical changes and depending where and when people want to play. The biggest thing I stress for Newcastle is keep hold of Usyk. They have to keep hold of Usyk. If they don't, then can they replace him quickly? Not like for like, because they definitely won't with that player, but I'm quietly confident they'll keep hold of him.
I think so too. More pre-season reaction to come between now and 6 o'clock, but we're going to go back to the Open Championship. Rupert Bell, what's happened with Tyrrell Hatton? He looks a happy man, fist pumping his caddy. What's happening?
He's got every right to be fist-pumping his caddy because he's holed his approach shot into the par 5 seventh for an eagle 3. I think from around about 120 yards because he was trouble off the tee, and then it was just a beautifully judged shot that slipped into the hole, and he's suddenly found himself at 8 under par. He had a birdie at the 5th hole and hadn't had a birdie until then, but as I say, has now got to 8 under, and that's 2 behind the leaders, Fitzpatrick and Scheffler, who are playing the 5th. Scheffler's got an outside chance of a birdie on that 5th, Matt Fitzpatrick, and he drive very similar positions. Elsewhere, Rory McIlroy has got to the turn out in 33. No more birdies since the 4th hole, but hopefully he's given himself a bit of a look at a birdie at 10 at 6 under par. But Tyrrell Hatton, who I have followed very closely this week, has been striking the ball magnificently, and he's proved that there with that chip in to get to 8 under par.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Get the UK's best used car deals guaranteed.
Second ODI between England and India, Georgie Heath, coming towards the end of their innings.
Yeah, and another wicket just gone down for India as well. So they're 124 for 7. They are going to review this one. But Sophie Ecclestone has been the star with the ball, picking up 3 wickets. It's been a really good fight back today from England, who lost that first ODI down in Southampton. They're looking to try and level the series here today. But currently, India, with just under 4 overs still to go, 124 for 7.
Thank you very much, Georgie. Lots of more live commentaries to come throughout the day on this Supersonic Saturday of sport, including Germany-France, the final European Championship quarter-final, 8 o'clock kickoff live on talkSPORT 2. Up next, we're going to cross to Switzerland to speak to Courtney Sweetman-Kirk and get the latest from the Lionesses camp.
lifts the ball into the box, and it's headed by Darren, and it's in. And Italy might have won it late.
Chloe Kelly's in down the left-hand side again. Beyond the defender, whips it in. Mead is there, and Jimmy! 2-2! The Lionesses have come back from the dead. Holmberg, it's over! England are in the semi-final!
Good afternoon, it is the Saturday session. It is well and truly a Supersonic Saturday of live sport. We're talking the Lionesses very, very shortly, but before that, Thomas Frank's first game as the Tottenham manager was a pre-season friendly against Reading, and in Abraham's a nice victory to get underway.
Yeah, Reading 0, Spurs 2. Both goals early in the second half, 2 and 4 minutes for Thomas Frank's side. The first, the Kudus corner flicked on for Will Lancashire, 5 yards out to head the ball home. And the second, 4 minutes later, again, Kudus involved twice. First from a corner, then when he got it back on the left-hand side of the penalty area, rolling into the path of Lucas Viskovic to little side the ball home, I would say, from about 12-15 yards out. There was a couple of late saves from Vicario actually to keep Spurs' goal intact, but in general Tottenham were the better side, as you would expect. I think Thomas Frank will be more than happy from what he's seen. By the way, a couple of bits of transfer news from Tottenham. Alfie Dorrington's gone back to Aberdeen as he was last season on loan, and they've also sold goalkeeper Josh Keeley, who you may remember was on loan at Leyton Orient last season. He's gone to Luton Town, who they face next Saturday in a pre-season friendly. But this afternoon, in front of 22,500, it ended Reading 0, Spurs 2.
Cheers, Moose. Thank you. Now it's time to get an update on the football with McDonald's.
UEFA Women's Euro 2025 update on talkSPORT with McDonald's. When the big match means Big McDonald's hunger, try the new and iconic Big Arch. Available from 11 a.m. at participating restaurants.
Now it's time to talk the Women's European Championships. The final quarter-final is this evening. Germany-France live on talkSPORT 2 at 8 o'clock. We know 3 of our semi-finalists. Spain beating Switzerland last night, the first game. Italy beat Norway. And, of course, on Thursday evening, we had that remarkable game between Sweden and England. England getting through on penalties. Delighted to say that joining us now over is the Courtney Sweetman-Kirk, talkSPORT England correspondent. How are you, Courtney?
Yeah, I'm very well, guys. How are you?
Yeah, Courtney, we're really, really good, thank you. A Supersonic Saturday of football. I've said that about 100 times today, and I'm loving every single second of it. Supersonic Sam on a Supersonic Saturday. So, Courtney, Thursday evening, England get past Sweden on penalties. Just give us a little flavour of what the last couple of days have been like. What have you been up to, and what's the mood like in the camp?
Yeah, so yesterday was a rest day for the camp. They were making sure, obviously, they're resting, recovering in the right way. Sort of had a few scares as well. Obviously, we saw sort of Lucy Bronze strapping her quad up. Leah Williamson came off. There was a moment as well where Lauren James went over on her ankle. So I think that was just a case of getting everyone set and ready. I think the subs were out doing sort of an open training session. And then today I've been back in the England camp out at the Dolder Grand, as it's called. There was a press conference with Esme Morgan, and she was talking about how the camp are feeling in general, and also her coming on and playing. It's the first minute she's played this tournament, so she was very happy. And then I got a lovely sit down with Kiara Keaton as well, and she's a great character, full of energy, full of joy. Only 21 years old as well, so I feel like she's been around the game for so long, for Manchester City especially. But just chatting about goalkeeping life with her.
And just tell us a bit about, when you get to go into the England camp, because I was a long time ago now, but I was in Qatar for the Men's World Cup, and I thought it was amazing, kind of the great access that we would get to the players, sort of daily interviews. There were times where kind of the players and the media would all sort of mix and mingle before you go off and do those interviews. Just give us a bit of the listeners an insight into what that's like when you go into the camp and get to chat to the girls.
Yeah, it's brilliant. So, for example, at the open training sessions, obviously you see the training up close. In terms of going into, as you say, sort of the media centre, I think that's a fantastic opportunity to talk to the players, to mingle with them, especially, before they do their press conferences. And for me, I probably get more access as well. Obviously, the one-on-ones is the big one, but a lot of access around the games in terms of what we call the flash zone interviews, so the quick interviews at the stadium, sort of match day -1 and post-match as well. And obviously, for me, I'm quite fortunate of knowing quite a few of the girls in terms of playing with them, playing against them. So I think I always maybe get a little bit more access than maybe others get, because I
Why do you think we sent Courtney Sweetman-Kirk to be...
girls, which is nice.
Why do you think we sent Courtney Sweetman-Kirk to be talkSPORT? Hey, I wanted the gig, but they said, you don't know anybody, you don't know anyone.
But yeah, I mean, I'm very fortunate, and even got a high five from Serena Wiegman, the Lionesses manager, after the game. She was in great spirits, obviously, when they pulled through that Sweden game. So yeah, it's been a fantastic experience so far, and obviously the thing that we all want from an England perspective is to make that final in Basel.
I mean, in terms of performances on the pitch, Courtney, it's been a bit up and down at the moment, to say the least. And I thought we were down and out really against Sweden. Managed to come through. If you're Chloe Kelly, Michelle Adjumang, do you think you're starting on Tuesday? But what do you think will happen? Do you think she'll go the same team, Serena Wiegman?
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because Serena Wiegman's quite renowned for not particularly changing her teams. I agree with your assessment. France wasn't good enough. We deserved to be beaten. I think the Netherlands and Wales were good performances. But what I will say about that, and caveat that with, I think both teams were very, very poor. And again, we came up against a good Sweden team and struggled. So I think Chloe Kelly, for me, and this is not me knowing Chloe quite well and having a bias, but I think when she's coming on into games, she's making an impact. Obviously scores the penalty, involved with the 2 crosses as well. I think she has to start. Michelle Adjumang's a difficult one, because she is a fantastic impact player. And I'm not sure if she starts from the start, if she has a 90 minutes, whether she has that same form of impact. I think bringing her on at the moment is the way to go. And obviously she's got a lack of experience, whereas Chloe Kelly, she's done it at the highest level for the Lionesses. Obviously she's won the Champions League this season. So for me, I would start Chloe Kelly. And then I think the other big question is the fitness of Leah Williamson. Obviously, if she's fit enough to start, she plays because she's the captain. But I think that's the sort of the questions bubbling around at the minute. How fit will Leah be?
Yeah, and you mentioned you've been very busy speaking with people inside the camp, including the Lioness substitute keeper, Kiara Keating. Let's hear from Kiara.
I think, I will never forget that game for the rest of my life, and I was on the bench, so I can't imagine what the players on the pitch were thinking. We have such a good group of goalkeepers. I think we balance each other out quite well. Me and Hannah are the jokey ones, dancers, and then Anna brings that that zen type of thing. But yeah, I think once you're working and you're working with Darren, I think it's go time. And then I think when you're resting and try to get your breath back, you can be you. And yeah, I think that's why we are so successful and so happy, because we're allowed to be ourselves, because we have the right balance of when we can switch off and when it's actually go time.
And Courtney, that's something that I've loved over the last kind of week or two. Obviously, on the pitch, we want the results. We know that it's the team that have had real success. But I love, they all seem like real characters. Hannah Hampton gave so many great interviews after the game on Thursday evening. Kiara, they're in really, really good form. Chloe Kelly, I saw having some banter with Adrian Durham in a press conference. They seem a real likeable team.
Yeah, they are, and the goalkeepers especially, that are sort of my pitch side position, 3 times out of 4 now has been behind the England goal, and I love watching Hannah and Kiara, because they play with such an enjoyment and a smile on their face, and I think in years gone by that would have been seen as a negative thing, but they have that switch. They've got the ability to come out, have a joke and a laugh and be dancing to some of the music that's on in the stadium, but when it's go time and it's ready to go, the game face goes on, and they perform. So and you're right, they've got characters all over the pitch. We know a lot was spoken about before the Euros in terms of missing Mary Earps and the character that she is, but you're right, Chloe Kelly, the first thing I said to her after the game was, what about that smirk at the goalkeeper before you took the penalty?
Yeah.
And things like that. So all over the pitch you've got different qualities, different types of girls. You've got Esme or the types of Lucy Bronze that are a little bit more quiet. You've got obviously the more gregarious people like Chloe and Hannah. You've got everything in between, and the big thing that to me is this camp is so together. They are so close, and obviously to get through a major tournament to go and win it, you've got to have that closeness, and they've got that in abundance.
Courtney, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us, and I hope you and the team enjoy your Saturday night out in Switzerland.
Cheers, Courtney.
Thank you. Speak soon.
That was thanks to McDonald's.
UEFA Women's Euro 2025 update on talkSPORT with McDonald's. When the big match means Big McDonald's hunger, try the new and iconic Big Arch. Available from 11 a.m. at participating restaurants.
Of course, the England semi-final was live on talkSPORT on Tuesday evening. The final quarter-final is live on talkSPORT 2 tonight, Germany versus France. It is 5 o'clock on this Saturday afternoon. Coming up next, we'll keep you well and cross what's happening at the Open Championship. And we're talking to former Lion Ben Young after the Lions kick off their tour of Australia with a victory.
More green jackets have been lost at the 12th than at the Augusta City Dry Cleaners. Rory McIlroy knows this better than most. But what is Amen Corner and why is it so iconic? The famous sequence has always been there since the Masters began in 1934. It didn't get its name until '58 though, when American sports writer Herbert Warren Wint, on the left, wrote, "At the farthest reach of the Augusta National Course, down in the Amen Corner." He drew inspiration from the 1933 jazz song Shouting in That Amen Corner by the Dorsey Brothers. The reason behind its difficulty is all in the sand and the water. Tournament officials don't even bother to count the balls lost in there each year, such is the sheer number. The 11th, named White Dogwood, is a downhill 520-yard par 4 with a pond to the left of the green and a bunker to the right. Both cause a lot of trouble each year. The 12th, Golden Bell, is perhaps the most famous hole in the world, with danger everywhere. Many aim for the flag, but look, get it even slightly wrong, and you're in the azaleas at the back, or the bunkers at the front, or even worse, Rays Creek. Or you can play it safe and aim for the open green on the left. You chicken. Tiger Woods once said, if you make 4 bogeys from Thursday to Sunday, you're doing well. And the highest ever score on that hole? 13. It's a par 3. Tom Weiskopf in 1980 was the sorry soul. Often the iconic Ben Hogan Bridge is the only thing players enjoy about Golden Bell. Even if you escape there unscathed though, you met with Azalea, the dogleg par 5 13th. It tempts players to go for the green in 2, but cut over those trees on the left at your peril. Every year, it seems, Amen Corner destroys someone's dreams. Rory McIlroy dropped 3 shots through here as his round unravelled in 2011. In 2016, a year after navigating Amen Corner expertly, Jordan Spieth shot a quadruple bogey on the 12th to throw away his green jacket. I mean, it sounds like my game, to be honest. So who'll be the next to be brought to their knees, praying for mercy after Amen Corner?
A very, very good afternoon. You're listening to the Saturday session on talkSPORT with me, Sam Ellard, and the former Crystal Palace winger, Darren Ambrose, on what is well and truly a Supersonic Saturday of live sport across the talkSPORT network. Earlier, the British and Irish Lions won 27-19 against the Wallabies in the first test in Brisbane. We'll be speaking to former Lion Ben Youngs very, very shortly in the programme. Royal Portrush, it's back to Sean O'Brien on day 3.
Yeah, Rory was on the charge, but he's lost some momentum, fall back and just got a horrible break at the 10th. There was a ball buried underneath his that popped up when he hit his approach. I've honestly never seen that happen before. Slow start for Scotty Scheffler, so that's brought everyone else back into it. Matt Fitzpatrick co-leads on 10 under. Tyrrell Hatton is within 2 after holding out for eagle. This is getting exciting and it's live over on talkSPORT 2.
Earlier, Manchester United drew 0-0 with Leeds, while Spurs won 2-0 at Reading in pre-season friendly action. Also a big defeat for Newcastle at Celtic. Out of the cricket, England, India, the second one-day international, and India, a reduced innings, Georgie, are finished.
Yeah, really impressive performance by England in the field. They managed to reduce India to 143 for 8 from their 29 overs. Top score again for Smriti Mandana, but only 42 for her, and Dipti Sharma left stranded on 30 at the end. 3 wickets for Sophie Eccleston, she's flying, and 2 for Lindsay Smith. So England will be feeling pretty confident going into the batting as they look to try and chase this down and get themselves 1-1 in the series. So India finished their 29 overs 143 for 8.
Don't forget, I mean, how could you, that tonight from 6 we're bringing you live commentary. Usyk's rematch against Dubois. There's also Women's Euros quarter-final action. France play Germany at 8 on talkSPORT 2. You think we're done there? Don't be so silly. From 7, I cannot wait for this one. We're bringing you the World Match Play Darts on the talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel. It is day 1 this evening. No surprise that the two Lukes, Littler and Humphreys, are the favourites. So much going on, and this is the place to be. The Saturday session on talkSPORT. We shouldn't forget, though. I mean, how could we forget? The Supersonic Saturday started very early this morning with the Lions, Darren.
Certainly did, yeah. Great result as well.
It was a good result, yeah. The British and Irish Lions beating the Wallabies 27-19 in the opening test in Brisbane. Dominant for 50 minutes or so. The Lions threatened at one point to deliver a significant beating. They were 17-5 up at the break. They then went 24-5 up in the second period. The Wallabies did come back into it, but Marcus Smith eased whatever nerves the Lions fans might have been feeling when he popped over a penalty. The Wallabies did strike, though, very late on again, but victory for the Lions, 27-19. They go 1 up in the series. Delighted to say that Ben Youngs, the former Lions scrum half, joins us live on the Saturday session. Ben, a very good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very well. Afternoon, gents. Thanks for having me. I'm very well after watching that result. Lions go 1 up in the series. Happy day. It's been a good Saturday.
Yeah, what did you make of it?
Look, I thought the Lions were very dominant, actually. First 30 minutes, well in command. As you just mentioned, half-time 17-5 up, straight after half-time, perfect start, 24-5, well in control. And then the intensity kind of dropped off, which does tend to happen. So the Lions could have, in my opinion, on another day, sort of put 30-40 on them. But the Australians sort of stuck at it, got themselves back in there. Lions probably cruise last 20. That's an area they'll be looking at next week. But I think perfect start, isn't it? Lions go 1 up and they could wrap it up next week.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, I said this was a very professional performance, and I think you'd agree with that. But there was no huge celebrations at the end. Do you think that was a disappointment in the last 20 minutes, or do you think they know there's still a couple to go?
I think it's about keeping level-headed. They've gone 1 up in the series. The job is done in Brisbane, but you've got to go to Melbourne now and you've got to go back it up. The Australian team will be better next weekend. They've had another game under their belt. They struggled, certainly at half-back pairing struggled. Will we see the same pairing again this weekend? I'm not sure we will. There's a couple of guys that were rumoured to maybe be fit for the first test. They weren't fit in time, but there are some big name players for Australia that may be back for the weekend. That will add a lot for them. But in terms of the Lions, I felt, like you said, it's very professionally done, keeping a cap on things. They still feel probably, I think there was probably an element of disappointment they didn't put Australia to the sword. And although they got the job done, I think the Lions will be disappointed they didn't keep the intensity that they'd have wished, because you could have really done some damage psychologically going into the second test. and almost feel Australia have a mountain to climb. Where I think Australia kind of took a little bit of coverage from the last 20 minutes, and you don't really want that. You want to squash all the doubt. So look, I think Lions will be quietly pleased without going crazy, knowing that if they hit their stripes again next weekend, this job done.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, you've been on a Lions tour, so you kind of know all about the challenges that you face when you go, other side of the world to face tough opposition. And, it's built up in the media as, can the Lions surprise this and do that? Did you feel that for this year, 2025, the kind of narrative going into this tour was a little bit different? The first game was against an Argentina team that were ranked higher than Australia, and the Lions went into this series as favourites. Did you almost find it quite unique, the kind of different challenge that this Lions team faced against this Australia team?
Yeah, definitely. Look, the Lions are so unique to rugby. The fact that you get the four nations coming together, going on a tour, happens once every 4 years, obviously once every 12 years to tour Australia. And Lions have been tipped as favourites, heavy favourites for, I suppose, 18 months going into this. Australia had a bit of turmoil ever since the World Cup. Look, they've been building slowly under Joe Schmidt, but for me, it was the Lions look extremely dominant in all the games they've played so far. And I don't see anything changing next weekend, if I'm honest. I think the Lions will go out there and I think they'll get the job done. And I think, look, the Lions deserved favourite tags. And I think that they showed that, first 30 minutes, first half, say 17-5 up and well in control. And I expect, Australia will bounce back. Will we get a better version of Australia next weekend? Yes, we will. I think, a lot of sport sometimes does come down to the emotion and all that, and, the fear of I suppose, maybe being embarrassed. So I think Australia will come out first 20, 30 minutes, but I just think the Lions just have too much. They've got too much quality, too much firepower. I don't see anything other than the Lions getting the result again.
Ben, from a complete novice supporter, which I am, which I enjoy watching these matches, it's such an important tour for the British Lions. What's the reason for the match on Tuesday in between these three important tests? Is it solely about getting minutes to other players? Is there a certain element of risk involved in another game?
Yeah, look, I think when the Lions and a lot of it is tradition, of course, and how it's done previously. And it's always been sort of Wednesday, Saturday as you build up towards the test matches, obviously the 3 games against Australia. And this game there's always been a game between the first and the second test that creeps in. And I think traditionally it's been done to just sort of kind of take a bit more out of the legs for the Lions players. But, this week, Andy Farrell added, 3 more Scottish players that were out in Fiji. They just been added to the squad to make sure that they can rest the entire 23. So, as that sort of tradition has been kept, I think rugby's evolved into making sure they look after the squad. So, yes, it's a game on Tuesday. Could the Lions do without it? Probably. But that's just, again, the tradition that's always been. There's always been a midweek game. So I think they'll be very professional, get that job done, and then gears up, and it keeps momentum going nicely into that second test.
And again, Ben, you've been on these tours. You know what they're all about. What would it have been like this evening for the Lions in Brisbane? Would it have been a quiet meal? Would they have had would they have gone out for a drink or had a drink in the dressing room, or literally job done, back to the hotel and get on with it?
Yeah, look, I think it would have been enjoy a nice cold beer in the change room. I think, look, they come out and they've done the first thing, which is get the first one done, get the result, and all the pressure builds again on Australia. The Lions won't get complacent. I heard Maro say after the game that they won't, and I truly believe that. They've got a lot of leaders in there. I mean, Andy Farrell is a fantastic coach, and he was an amazing captain in rugby league, wasn't he, before he came over to Union as a player. So I think that they'll be really sort of professional about it, but they've enjoyed a beer and sort of tick that one off. Then I think it's about recovery, and I think the Lions will be very keen to fix the little bits that they need to get right, especially that last 20 minutes, just leaving the door open for Australia. So there's plenty to get stuck into straight away, and as they move on to Melbourne and get the bodies ready for another big test match next weekend.
Ben, thank you so much for your time, and enjoy your Saturday night, mate.
Cheers, Ben.
Pleasure. Thanks, gents.
Top stuff. That's Ben Young, former British and Irish Lion there. That game that Darren asked about on Tuesday is an 11 o'clock start UK time, live on talkSPORT 2. And then, of course, the second match next Saturday morning, 11 o'clock, will, of course, be live and exclusive on talkSPORT. The Lions won up after winning 27-19 in the opening test in Brisbane. Let's go back, shall we, to Wembley Way. Ryan Scott-Douglas is on Wembley Way. The talkSPORT battle bus building up to Usyk Dubois this evening, which will be live on talkSPORT from 6 p.m. And he's got our very own Spencer Oliver alongside him.
Yes, as you can see, we're here at the talkSPORT Battle Bus, and it's all going on behind me, and it's all going to be going on in Wembley Stadium in just a couple of hours' time. The undisputed world heavyweight title fight, Alexander Usyk versus Daniel Dubois. It's time for my prediction. Who do I think is going to win? I'm going for the underdog. I'm going Daniel Dubois by KO. Make sure you guys tune in for all the action.
talkSPORT have live commentary of Usyk Dubois from Wembley Stadium during Fight Night Live special at 6 o'clock. But some bad news, Darren Ambrose. We go back to Sean O'Brien at the Open, day 3. A first bogey of the day, Sean, for Rory McIlroy, who's dropped back down to 5 under.
Yeah, and a really bizarre one, Sam. He dropped the shot at the 11th, but it was honestly one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. He hit his drive way right, seemed to have a fairly normal lie, but as he struck the ball, another one popped up from underneath. It must have been seriously buried. He was genuinely shocked. And that meant his approach came up short, and then it was a poor chip that meant he couldn't get up and down. And then at the top of the leaderboard, after a slow start, Scotty Scheffler just eagled the 7th. You cannot keep that man down for long. So Rory is suddenly right back where he started, 7 shots back. He is on board the 12th in 2, so that's a good chance to get another shot on Scheffler, but he's right back where he started. Matt Fitzpatrick has stayed within 1 with a birdie on 7. Tyrrell Hatton still within 4 after a stunning hole-out eagle at the 6th. So it's normal service resumed for Scheffler, and it's live over on talkSPORT 2.
And Sean Fitzpatrick, obviously 11 under, 1 off. The Englishman is getting a lot of, obviously, hype in this country, but we shouldn't forget Tyrrell Hatton. What a weekend he's had. An eagle, he's 8 under. Has he got a chance, you think, of pushing Scheffler late into tomorrow evening?
Yeah, he absolutely has a chance. That eagle at the 7th, sorry, was really came out of nowhere. He was 1 under for his round up to that point, and that was the spark that he needed. So he makes the turn, 33, just 4 shots back. The problem is, as we keep saying though, it's the guy that they're all chasing. If they're going to go low, then Scheffler's probably going to go even lower. That's just what he does. So there's no conditions to contend with out here either. So that's the only kind of weakness that you would level at Scheffler, is that he might be kind of a fair weather golfer, but the weather is fair. So I think we're all kind of waiting to see if Scheffler slips up, but it looks unlikely at this point. Hatton's right there though. He's only 4 shots back.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Build your own car deal, all with a few clicks.
Thank you, Sean O'Brien. Live commentary continues over on talkSPORT 2. Coming up next, we'll be rounding up a busy afternoon of pre-season friendlies, including Newcastle's incredible 4-0 defeat against Celtic. Good afternoon. The Saturday session, we're live on the world's biggest sports radio station, talkSPORT. Sam Ellard and the former Crystal Palace winger Darren Ambrose with you until 6 o'clock. And guess what? At 6 o'clock, we're going over live to Wembley away. talkSPORT bringing you live commentary of Usyk Dubois from Wembley Stadium during Fight Night Live special. Right now, the Open Championship on talkSPORT 2. Live commentary, Scotty Scheffler leading the moment, 12 under, one shot clear of Fitzpatrick, who is 11 under. But let's, Darren, talk pre-season friendlies. Lots of teams in action in pre-season friendlies. We had updates on Spurs going to Reading and winning by a couple of goals to nil. Man Utd and Leeds drawing 0-0. Cunha there starting for Manchester United. Forest drew with Chesterfield. West Ham beat Grasshopper. But the eye-catching result comes from one of your former teams. Newcastle without Alexander Isak going up to Celtic and losing by 4 goals to 0. We on Supersonic Saturday have been very busy, so haven't been able to watch the game. So I'd like to say that joining us now is Newcastle United content curator Kendall Rowan. Kendall, I was going to say good afternoon, but I mean maybe it's not a good afternoon for you. Have Newcastle losing a pre-season friendly ruined your Saturday afternoon?
Yeah, do you know what? I didn't think it was going to ruin it this early, to be honest. It's still July. We've got a few weeks. I was waiting until, mid-August for them to ruin my day. But yeah, it started early, I think.
Oh, no, there we go. I think, you know what? I think it should be not allowed to get upset over pre-season friendlies, I think. But did you watch the game? And if so, what on earth happened?
Yeah, it wasn't great. So we've got really bad rain up in the northeast at the moment. I don't know where the rest of the country's like, but so my stream was a bit dodgy, but I managed to see enough. It was probably a good thing actually. I was kind of hoping it was all going to go off, and I didn't have to put myself through it. But yeah, it wasn't a great viewing, obviously, as we can see by the result.
I mean, I have my opinion on it, Kendall. But do you think pre-season results really matter at this stage?
I don't think it's worth getting aggravated over the result. I can say that maybe, but I think they do matter in terms of obviously if you want pre-season for the new players to bed in and stuff. Obviously, we only have Elanga at the moment, and we're probably expecting a few more by this point, but we've only got Elanga. So obviously, you kind of want to see how they're going to go into the new season. Obviously, you're not going to play your first 11. You're not going to go all guns blazing in pre-season unless it actually means something. So it's not worth getting aggravated over and worried about at this stage, because we've just literally come back from a camp in Austria, training camp in Austria. They've got a couple more coming up in South Korea, Singapore. There's more things to be worried about at this stage. So yeah, I probably do agree that it's not worth getting really, really upset over and like thinking, oh, this is how the season's going to start, because it's never ever like that. But obviously, it's not the best to be getting beat 4-0 at this point, really.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Elanga. I mean, he came on second half, I believe. How did he do?
Yeah, it was okay, as to be expected at this point. Obviously, he doesn't know the team. He hasn't played with the lads. We really don't know how he's going to fit into the team at the moment. I do think he will fit in well when it comes down to the nitty-gritty. But yeah, he was okay. It was just nothing to write home about or anything, but that's not his fault, you know what I mean? It was just one of those games, I think.
Yeah.
An eagle, by the way, just to keep everyone updated. Rory McIlroy, an eagle at Royal Portrush. He goes to 7 under, Kendall. It's
Thank you.
No, I'm keeping everyone. Come on, we've got to keep people across the line, haven't we? Kendall, one of the big bits of transfer news today is it looks like Newcastle are going to officially put out of the James Trafford deal. I think Burnley wanting £40 million to James Trafford. Do you think that's a wise decision to say 40 million, not for us?
I do think 40 million is a lot of money. Obviously, it's not my money to spend. So if the club thought he was worth that and for some reason they pulled out for a different reason or they didn't think he was worth that, then that's absolutely fair enough. I know a lot of probably Burnley fans especially will say he's young, he's English, there's going to be a premium, which I get that. There is Man City will obviously, well, he might be going back to Man City at this stage.
He might be, yeah.
But obviously if he was going to come at Newcastle, they were going to get some money as well. So I understand. I think it's just been a frustrating window. I think it's not necessarily missing out on him. That's the problem. I think it's just been the story of our window so far has always been.
But it's not just this window, is it, Kendall? It's been. Yeah. You think back to last window with the whole Mark Gahey saga, which went on for the whole summer. I mean, is that a little bit concerning? That it feels like you get linked with lots of players, talk to lots of football clubs, and then don't get deals done.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worrying and it's frustrating because obviously as fans, we're really not privy to the inside information. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes and we don't know why we keep missing out on these targets. We can only judge by what we're being told, from the media and things like that, which is either we're not we're not willing to pay the price. Clubs are playing hardball with us because of maybe, I don't know, maybe it's our owners, they think we have a lot of money to spend, etc., etc., something like that. I don't know. Maybe it's because they see us as rivals. I don't know what the real reasons are, but it's massively worrying. We haven't signed now a first team starter for well, obviously we signed Alanga, so bar Alanga, like 4 windows,
Remarkable. Yeah.
Which is like really concerning at this stage, because look, we're going back into the Champions League again and our squad depth is thin as it is. So if Alanga's the only signing we make, yes, him alone without any context, great signing. If he's only going to be one incoming, then that is a massive, massive concern.
Kendall, look, there's clearly, obviously, no doubt, you'll know this better than me, that Eddie Howe has done an incredible job at Newcastle over the last few seasons. In terms of almost getting to the next level, which of course is going to, in an ideal world, be challenging for the big trophies. How do Newcastle get there? Because we know it's not just as simple as all this money you've got, go and spend it. We know PSR stops football teams like Newcastle doing it. How close do you think you are to possibly in the near future being able to really go toe-to-toe with, the Liverpools and co?
I think we're still a way off that. As I've said, the squad depth is massively thin. I just think we really, really needed this window. Don't get me wrong, I'm not losing my head yet. I know a lot of people have started doing that, but because this window's just been horrendously frustrating.
It's too early for head losses, Kendall, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, not in this fan base, don't worry. This fan base does it better than anyone. No, but obviously a lot of people have started getting a little bit panicky, because I do think this is the window we really need minimum 3 quality first 11 signings. I really, really do think that. We've needed that for a while now, and we obviously haven't, as I've said, signed Baralanga, any first team players. So it's a little bit concerning. So I do think that we really need to do that. Otherwise, we're going to really struggle again. We've lost the likes of, we've lost players now that would be happy to sit as squad depth or Longstaff, Almiron, people like that. We've lost those players. So with an already thin squad, yes, it was the right time for them to move on. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we shouldn't have sold them. I do really think that we should have. But it's just now we've got to have the goal to go for these big deals and finish them, because that's the problem. We're always getting pipped to the post, or someone else is coming in at the last minute, a Liverpool, Chelsea, etc., like we've seen with Pedro already, and it's just that's the frustrating part. So I do think we're a long way from that, but if we get three or 4 quality signings, which I think we desperately need, I don't think I'm asking for too much, then I think we'll have a decent season again, hopefully. But today is not really the best judge of that.
Just quickly, Kendall, obviously the biggest signing for me would be keeping hold of Usyk, and he wasn't in the squad today. Is that a concern?
No, not for me. I think I'm looking at it very level-headed. Obviously, a lot of people, especially the Liverpool media, have jumped on that and thought it's something to do with transfer-related. But if anyone doesn't know, he did actually join the lads really late with the pre-season camp in Austria. So I do believe he struggled with a groin injury a lot last season, and I do think they've been told, the media's been briefed that it's a management thing, a game management thing. So him and Joe Linton missed out today. Joe Linton's just recently had his surgery as well. So I do think at the moment it's nothing to worry about. Obviously there's a good few weeks left before the transfer window closes. I just hope something happens and then they just say, sorry, we're closing the window tomorrow, and I'll be like, that is fine. But yeah, I'm not too worried about that yet. I do think at this point in time it is injury related, so hopefully that's the truth, and I'm not just being delusional.
Kendall, thank you so much for your time, and I guess the good news is it's only up from here, right?
It can only be up from here, and I really hope that's the way.
Just don't lose your next pre-season friendly 5-0. Kendall Rowan, Newcastle United content creator, thank you very much for your time. Let's go back to the Open at Royal Portrush. Sean O'Brien, the good news is that Rory McIlroy's just hit an eagle to go to 7 under, but Scotty Scheffler at the top keeps on marching on.
Yeah, eagle for Rory McIlroy at 12, and I've been to a few Opens now, Sam. I've never heard a roar like that one. He must have been 50 or 60 feet from the hole, and we're all thinking 2 putts for birdie would be a great outcome, but he goes and holes it, and that gets him to 7 under, which was briefly 5 shots off the lead, but Scotty Scheffler has just birdied the 8th, so Rory now 6 back. But everyone on the golf course would have heard that eagle. It's literally about 10 deep wherever Rory goes. You're hanging off slopes just to get a glimpse of his baseball cap, and everyone can sense that there is something happening here, and he's feeding off it, he's embracing all of it, and he's rising to the occasion. I think a birdie putt on 13 did just slide by, so that's a chance missed, but it is just one of those great golfing Saturdays. Scheffler leads Matt Fitzpatrick by 2, Rory's within 6, and it's live over on talkSPORT 2.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Get the UK's best used car deals guaranteed.
It's Saturday session on talkSPORT. Up next, we're off to Wembley, continuing to build up to the big fight tonight, live on talkSPORT, Usyk Dubois.
Over the last few years, Formula One has gone from elitist and insular to a global entertainment brand. The transformation's down to American investment group Liberty Media, who cultivated a new image for the sport since buying it in 2016. Better access to drivers, improved content on social media, and tapping into the US market have given F1 a massive boost in both attention and revenues. But is everyone happy? The fans certainly are, as evidenced by Drive to Survive. Almost 7 million people per season have tuned in to get all the gossip and all the drama from the paddock. The extra exposure means the drivers can demand a higher salary too. In 2010, the top drivers were earning $20 million a year, which isn't bad. But now, the very best earn 3 times that, with Max Verstappen getting a whopping $65 million in 2025. But money doesn't always buy happiness. Some drivers, including Verstappen, don't like the pageantry the changes have brought about. In Las Vegas in 2023, Verstappen said the drivers were made to look like clowns, and the event was 99% performance and 1% race. Some purists who still watch the sport feel the same, and that the spirit of competition has suffered. But Formula One and Liberty Media don't look like slowing down anytime soon. So expect more races, major events and exclusive access in future.
Good afternoon, the Saturday session. We're live on talkSPORT. Sam Ellard and the former Newcastle midfielder Darren Ambrose with you until 6 o'clock on a busy Saturday of sport. The Lions beating the Wallabies. We've got live coverage of the Open Championship on talkSPORT 2. Scotty Scheffler extending his lead at the top of the leaderboard. Usyk Dubois following us at 6 o'clock on talkSPORT. We're off to Wembley shortly. Germany-France live on talkSPORT 2 European Championship quarter-final. But also this evening at 7 o'clock on the talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel, we have live commentary of the World Match Play Darts from the Winter Gardens in Blackpool. Our commentary team is Ian Danter, Mark Wilson, Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason. The session starts at 7 o'clock. Of course, there's no surprise. The two Lukes are the favourites, Humphreys and Littler, but you got Go and Price finding good form. Lots of people tipping some like a Josh Rock to go on a really good run perhaps over the next week. Delighted to say that joining us now is talkSPORT Darts commentator Ian Danter. Dance, thanks so much for joining us ahead of the 7 o'clock start. The World Match Play, it's a special week in the sporting calendar, isn't it?
It's a special venue, it's a special place, this, the Winter Gardens. We're in here now. There are players that have been up on that board practicing, including the two players making their debuts here this year, Cameron Menzies and Vessel Nyman, who will get their chance as the tournament goes on. Vessel Nyman up against Nathan Aspinall tonight as one of the 4 games, and Cameron Menzies up against Danny Noppert. But if you join us on the talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel from around about 7 p.m, we'll take you through all 4 games tonight. And Luke Humphreys, the defending champion, he is on tonight. He takes on the highly fancied Dutch youngster Gian van Veen. That'll be a very interesting game to listen to. So we'll provide live free watch-alongs on the talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel of every single match of this tournament. Cannot wait, Sam. It's going to be a brilliant match play.
Dance, thank you so much. I'll be watching on the TV and I'll be listening on the YouTube channel. Ian Danter, thank you so much. 7 o'clock, World Match Play Darts on talkSPORT's YouTube channel. But the day is finally here. You don't want to miss the heavyweight rematch between Usyk and Dubois for all the belts and undisputed glory. Live today only on DAZN. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
Boxing update on talkSPORT with DAZN, the global home of boxing. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
Yeah, Dubois looking to become the first heavyweight to hold all 4 major world titles in the 4-belt era, while Usyk aims to become the undisputed heavyweight champion for the second time. Our commentary team, Adam Cattrall, Gareth A. Davis, Spencer Oliver, Dave Allen and John Rawling, live from 6 o'clock following the Saturday session. Delighted to say that joining us now is Adam Cattrall. Adam, good evening. Thank you for joining us. Just give us a little flavour of the atmosphere inside Wembley Stadium. It sounds loud already.
Evening, the boys. Hope you all well. DJ Majestic is currently on the decks and he's turned this gap into Ushuaia. I don't know what the heck's going on. We're having a bit of a rave.
I love it, Cats.
Mate, it's going off here at Wembley, mate. Obviously, there's no action as of yet. We're going to get it underway very, very shortly. From 6 o'clock, we'll be bringing you all the action, including a little bit of Adam Ahmed, who is the great Prince Nazeem Ahmed's lad. It's his 6th professional contest, but we're all building towards that main event tonight. As you've rightfully pointed out, for the first time on British soil, we've got the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. 4 belts, 2 warriors, 1 truth. That's what we're going to be finding out later on. As Daniel Dubois hopes for greatness, we already know that Alexander Usyk is going into the Hall of Fame. He's already achieved the greatness, but can he do it again? Can he become the first male in the modern era to become a 3-time undisputed champion? Obviously, before he did it at cruiserweight, he's done it at heavyweights already, and tonight he looks to unify once again. I'm kind of liking what DJ Majestic's doing right now.
He's never turned down, Gavin. Seriously. I don't want to sound like an old man, but I'm sorry, that's too loud.
Boys, come on, man. We're having a party. We're at the Cathedral of British Sport, and Majestic's throwing a right party here, Sunshine. Hopefully, the sport can live up to what he's doing, because he's turning the decibels up just juicy enough, getting people in the mood for it. But hopefully, it'll be the fans that are ripping the roof off the gaff a little bit later on.
Oh, there we go. I mean, what sort of tunes has he been blaring out so far? Is it?
He started with a little bit of soul, a little bit of funky house. He's pumping a touch. He's just stepping up. Like I said, mate, I feel like I'm watching him at Ushuaia here. I'm thinking of getting my flip-flops on and getting a little bit of a toe tap going.
Cool. Do you want to, for the people watching on talkSPORT's YouTube channel on your smart TVs, do you want to just give us a few of the Catman moves?
But, mate, listen.
Too early.
Them Catman moves have been left in the bin, all right? We don't bring them out at any time. I'm one of them that props up the bar and just observes those that can, my friend. That's all.
I'm the guy that stands in the corner leaning on the bar, nodding my head. Adam, how does Daniel Dubois win this evening? What does he have to do to stop stop the great Alexander Usyk?
Well, he's got to do a downside better than he did the first time round. These guys met a couple of years ago in Poland, and for me, it was a comprehensive victory for Alexander Usyk. Yes, there's controversy. We talk about the low blow, but if you actually look at the tail of the fight, it was all Alexander Usyk. What Daniel didn't do on that night is that he didn't go in a second phase. So he goes once, he gets popped by Alexander Usyk, and then he's reluctant to go again. Can't afford to do that tonight. He's got to punch when Usyk punches. He's got to go in those second phases, and in the early stages of the fight, he's got to get Usyk's respect. He's got to hurt him in some way, shape or form to make Usyk think. Because if Usyk gets in that rhythm again, boys, we've seen it, he turns up the heat. He gets to round 4, 5, 6, 7, and he slowly starts to cook his opponents, and then he drowns them late. So, in answer to your question, Daniel Dubois has just got to do a downside more than he did the first time around by going in that second phase. And if he can do that, he's got a chance. But it's a lot easier said than done when you're fighting a sniper.
Catman, I said earlier about Daniel Dubois and the guts he showed to come back after the low blow, the controversy in the first fight, to then get his confidence against Miller, then annihilate Hrgovic and AJ. The way he's done that, I think, deserves a lot of credit. But I don't know if you heard me earlier, I don't think he endears himself to the British public a lot like an AJ, like even a Tyson Fury does. Do you think the support in Wembley Stadium tonight will be more for him or against him?
I think it's 50-50, mate, and I think that's not necessarily down to anything that Daniel Dubois has done. He's just, listen, for want of a better phrase, he's a bit socially awkward, and therefore people don't necessarily connect with him, whereas they absolutely connect with Alexander Usyk. The guy's come over here, he's slayed every single Brit that has been put in front of him. He's already done it in the capital on a couple of occasions, and I think the way that he carries himself, the way that he operates with his people back home with war-torn Ukraine, people have really fallen for him. And I think boxing fans aren't thick. They see greatness, they understand what the level is here, and we understand that we are watching a generational great. So tonight, listen, if anything's to go by this week where we've been at the weigh-ins and the press conferences and things like that, I'm fully anticipating a 50-50 split when it comes to the fans. Of course, it's the hometown favourite. There'll be a lot of Londoners in here tonight supporting the London boy in Daniel Dubois. But do not be surprised that when Usyk walks to the ring, the decibels just get cranked because people understand what they're watching.
Yeah. Catman, with Dubois' mentality, I don't think the defeat to Usyk will bother him, to be honest, going into this match. And I look at the fight, look at the power he's got, and Usyk obviously never been down in his professional career. Do you think that could change today?
Listen, I think when we're trying to analyse this fight, we're clutching at straws a lot of times with Alexander Usyk. People keep pointing out to me, he's 38 years of age. Logic tells us that he's got to slow down at some point, so therefore there's going to be an opportunity. Daniel Dubois, you're right to point out. Daniel Dubois, you're right to point out, he does have power. The confidence is absolutely up. Wins against Miller, Hrgovic and AJ has done that, and you've got to take credit you've got to give credit, should I say, to his corner. Those that have convinced him of whatever the reality is going on inside his head, they've done a wonderful job, because he's going to need to keep that belief tonight, because there's going to be times in this fight that he's going to be asked some serious questions, like he was the first time in Poland. And in Poland, that belief slowly went away. He cannot let that belief go away tonight. He might get to round 8, he might get to round 9. He's got to keep believing that he can do it, because he does have that equaliser. He has got that one-shot knockout power. And over a period of 36 minutes, you would back him to land it at least once. Can Usyk take it? Well, he took it last time. He's took it against 6'9", 20-stone Tyson Fury. He's took it against Anthony Joshua. So, listen, we'll find out once this bell rings tonight at around about 10 o'clock.
Adam, thank you so much.
But also,
I'll tell you one thing I would say, with Eminem going on in the background, I hope if there was any poor language, we apologise. I'm not sure if there was, but Adam, thank you. Go and tell Madge to turn it down just a touch, please.
Well, the fights are about to start, boys, so the ring walk. Madge has disbanded his Ushuaia set, and now the action's about to get underway, boys, so
love it.
I'll catch you at 6 o'clock.
Adam, top man, the team are with us from 6 o'clock. We cannot wait for a talkSPORT live commentary of Usyk Dubois from Wembley Stadium during Fight Night Live special. You can listen to it on talkSPORT. You can watch it on DAZN.
Can't wait.
Absolute belter. More information coming into us on our big Marcus Rashford news. He wanted that loan to Barcelona. He wanted to move to Barcelona. Many people thought you got to be joking. Rashford's going to get it. Alex Crook is reporting he's agreed to take a 10 million euro a year pay cut to seal the move. Wow, how about that? Back to the Open Championship. Sean O'Brien is there at Royal Portrush for us. Sean, Scotty Scheffler still looking strong. Has there been any signs of any sort of weakness in his game at 13 under?
No, not at all. And it is really starting to feel like a battle between Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy here. But there are a number of players in between them that we should mention. Matt Fitzpatrick still within 2. Great par save at the 9th just now. He's hanging in there. Hao Tong Lee might look a little bit out of place on the first page of this leaderboard, but he's not going anywhere. Still within 4 on 9 under par. And England's Tyrrell Hatton is staying within touch. He's 5 shots back on 8 under par. Chris Gotterup, the Scottish Open champion from last week, he just got to within 5 with an eagle at 12. And then alongside Rory McIlroy, reigning champion Xander Schauffele has come from nowhere. He's moved to 7 under par, and so has Scotland's Bob McIntyre. So it's an incredible leaderboard, and I think we're all just hoping that Scheffler doesn't run away with it. I mean, we're not being sadistic or anything, but it would be great if he could just fall back to the field, because it would become so exciting. But because he's the world number 1, he's 2 shots clear. He's 3 under through 9. It still looks like it's very much his to lose. He leads by 2, and it's live over on talkSPORT 2.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Build your own car deal, all with a few clicks.
England are chasing 144 to win the second ODI inside 29 overs against India. And Georgie Heath, Jones and Beaumont are off to a good start.
Yeah, England have got off to an absolute belter of a start here. We're still inside 6 overs and they're already 37 without loss. This partnership, it's wonderful to watch. You've got the really tall figure of Amy Jones and the shorter figure of Tammy Beaumont at the other, and they work so well in this antagonistic relationship, and they've started this chase absolutely flying. England looking to level the series and go 1-1 with 1 still to play after this match. So currently, after 6 overs, they're 37 without loss.
Thanks, Georgie. It's the Saturday session on talkSPORT. Sam Ellard and Darren Ambrose with you for another 10 minutes or so. Then at 6 o'clock, we hand over to our team at Wembley Stadium. talkSPORT with live commentary of Usyk Dubois. Hi there, Saturday session, Sam Ellard. Well, don't look at me like that. I've gone good afternoon for 4.5 hours, so I thought I'd go, hi there. Why are you laughing at me? I'm not even turning your mic on. That's how.
I've never heard you say that before.
Yeah, anyway.
Hi there.
And that sort of voice as well. Sam Ellard, Darren Ambrose with you for another 9 minutes. Then we are heading over to Wembley Stadium. Usyk Dubois live on talkSPORT from 6. The Open Championship commentary continues on talkSPORT 2. Scheffler under 13 under from 9 holes.
Scheffler's looking good, isn't he?
He's looking good. He's looking composed. He's 2 clear of Fitzpatrick on 11 under. Where's McIlroy? He's at 7s, which is okay. He's sitting nicely, but it's just that Scheffler 6 clear of him, and he's got more holes to play today.
From a viewing point of view, you want him to drop a couple.
If Scheffler wasn't there,
tomorrow,
it's incredibly tight in terms of second, all the way down to about a dozen golfers. But again, just with Scheffler 13 under,
just don't panic. Does he?
Looked. We did ask, didn't we? We thought, given that before he came out, or another bird, and he's missed a couple of birdie putts to even go further clear. We wondered how he coped with McIlroy coming up, and someone like a Tyrrell Hatton and Henley, but he looks super. He almost looks like it's just another day at the office for him. The Open Championship commentary continues on talkSPORT 2 at 7 on the YouTube channel, the Darts YouTube channel. Winter Gardens is the venue for the World Match Play. Luke Humphries starts the defence of his title this evening in Germany, France. Live commentary of the quarter-final European Championship, 8 o'clock on talkSPORT 2. But Ryan Scott-Douglas is a busy man on Wembley away. The talkSPORT Battle Bus building up to Usyk Dubois tonight, which is live on talkSPORT from 6, and he's got some fans with him.
Yes, guys, I'm here at the Battle Bus. They didn't choose subtlety today, did they? Look at it, it's absolutely horrendous. But come and say hello. And these two have come to say hello as well. You guys are going to the fight today and you've just had a go, haven't you?
Yeah.
How do you rate your performances on the machine?
I hope Usyk will do better tonight.
Yeah? How do you rate your performance?
All right, could do better, yeah.
All right, look, they're humble. They're saying they did okay. Look, big fight tonight. How do you think it's going to go down, first of all? Are you in anyone's corner in particular?
Probably Usyk, yeah. I mean, Dubois can always pull it off with his power, but I think Usyk's the better boxer.
Yeah. Are you Team Usyk as well?
Yeah. I think it's going to be a more difficult fight compared to the first one, but I think he was going to pull it off in the end.
When you say more difficult, I'm going to pin you both down right now. How do you think it's going to end? What's it going to be? Is it going to be a knockout? Is it going to go points?
I think late knockout for Usyk, 11th maybe.
Oh, knockout in the 11th for Usyk. Go on.
Knockout 11, yeah.
Oh, they've both gone for knockout in the 11th. What do you think? I don't know. Back to you guys at ringside.
Soon ringside, 6 p.m. ringside. We're back in this year. Well, I've got. Are we we're not really ringside, are we? We're in London Bridge. Those fans are having their say. The talkSPORT dugout have also had their say on Usyk Dubois, with 74% of the dugout predicting an Usyk win tonight, with 43% of them backing him to win on points. If you'd like to join the discussion on the dugout to have your say on football, boxing and more with thousands of other talkSPORT fans, just go to talksport.com/dugout. Fun prizes are given away every month, and if you join now, you'll automatically be put into the next draw. Go to talksport.com/dugout to join. Over 18s only. Terms and conditions apply. Now, West Ham started their pre-season in Switzerland with a 3-1 win against Grasshoppers. Of course, Adrian Durham is over there covering the European Championships with England, but he's a busy man today. No days off for Adrian Durham. After the game, he was able to catch up with striker Nicholas Füllkrug.
It's always good for everyone. Doesn't matter how the last season was or the pre-season is for all of us good, and I think we can improve a lot in some things. We worked, in my opinion, very good. We did already a lot of good stuff, and you could see already in the game today that we did some changes, that we did some stuff with the ball, against the ball, and it was very clear, and that's what I like. And the coaching stuff, the coach and his trainer team, they're doing a great job.
Nicholas, what are your expectations personally for the season and for West Ham?
Well, it's very early still. I think it's not good to speak loud or big words. I think we have to prove. That's the most important thing. We have to prove in the first games to show what we are able to do, and when we do that, we can start to speak about aims, goals or something. But first, we want to show that we want to make our fans proud, that we want to show a good face for West Ham United, and that's very important for us as a team, because last year was, of course, disappointing for everyone. But we don't want to speak anymore about the last year. It's the past. We are here now, and we look in the future. We enjoy to work very hard. We have a good group. I'm very happy with the group right now, and I hope you will see it also on the pitch, but I'm pretty sure.
That's West Ham striker Nicholas Füllkrug speaking with Adrian Durham after their pre-season win in Switzerland against Grasshoppers. Let's, for the final time during this show, go back to Royal Portrush, day 3 at the Open. Scotty Scheffler has got a 2-shot lead on Max Fitzpatrick and Sean O'Brien. It was nearly a further lead.
It was, yeah. A couple of birdie chances have just slid by for Scotty Scheffler on both 9 and 10. He's actually leading the field in putting, which almost doesn't seem fair, how good the rest of his game is. Putting was previously his Achilles heel, and now he's the best in the world at that as well. And I think this round just sums him up perfectly. He started with 6 pars in a row. Everyone's making birdies. It sounds like chaos wherever Rory McIlroy goes, but he didn't make any mistakes. He bided his time. He started with a 1-shot lead over Matt Fitzpatrick. That's now 2. Rory's absolutely flying, but he's only got 1 shot closer to Scheffler. So it really does feel like his to lose. He leads by 2 shots on 13 under par. Rory's in close for a birdie chance to get within 5. And you can listen to that birdie chance over on talkSPORT 2.
The Open Update on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. Everything for your car, all in one place.
And we will go one more time to Lords, England versus India. England chasing 144, Georgie Heath.
Yeah, England still flying in this chase up the top. Currently, Tammy Beaumont and Amy Jones out in the middle. 8.3 overs, gone 49 without loss. I'm not going to pay attention to the very large black cloud over to the right, but should that fall on us, England are well ahead on the DLS at the moment. So going along strongly, England, as they look to level the series. 49 without loss after 8.3 overs.
Thanks, Georgie. It really has been a Supersonic Saturday, hasn't it? Thank you so much for your time.
You, mate.
Love that. Well, I don't know about that. So the Open Championship live commentary continues on talkSPORT 2. If you like your darts from 7 on the talkSPORT Darts YouTube channel, the World Match Play, the first night of Winter Gardens, Germany, France, the Euros is on talkSPORT 2 at 8. But I'm sure you're not going to go anywhere. But please don't, because coming up in just a couple of minutes' time, we are going to Wembley Stadium. We have a live commentary of Usyk Dubois from Wembley during a Fight Night Live special. Our commentary team: John Rawling, Spencer Oliver, Dave Allen, alongside Adam Cattrall and Gareth A. Davis. Up next on talkSPORT, we're live from Wembley Stadium.